Welcome to session number 9 of our run through Hollow Knight Silksong. We're currently about 35 hours in, and we find ourselves off the map entirely. Specifically, at the end of the previous stream, after a full 3 hours getting through the gate at the end of the Blasted Steps, where we faced off against the last judge, and defeated the last judge twice because the first time she blew us up right at the end. We rather foolishly didn't have the required rosaries to purchase a map at the cartography station that was just past the door into this west, or I guess left side entrance to the Citadel. And then we triggered a lift that crumbled down the shaft and took us over here, somewhere beneath the main body of the Citadel itself, where, as you can see previously, in the last stream we also found our way all the way over to the eastern or right side entrance around the Coral Chambers. There's quite a lot more that we did than what is shown on the map, since we never actually managed to obtain the base maps for Bilewater, or for that matter, the Mist, which was our pathway over to the Grand Bellway. That aside, nothing much to do here but continue the adventure and see where we have fallen. And yeah, we just came here previously, and the benches seem to be single use. They pack up after you pay in 15 to activate them once, I guess, so we need to be aware of that. This is where the lift fell at the end of the previous day. Benches are packed up. You have to pay for every individual use, and so, as we discovered from paying for this one and switching and paying for this one just to see what would happen. So yeah, this is called the Underworks. And, oh, we see something up there. We should try to boomerang it perhaps. And I'm actually really short on materials, I think, which is why we didn't replenish our ammunition. Nope. Oh, and oh, they've got a taste of our own medicine here. With some projectile weapons in their own right, so we better be careful. Yeah, before we lose completely, I do not have the silk for a heal at the moment, so... Oh. Let's try not to get whacked by the other one here. Until we can get at least one shot off. There we go. Nope, one more. If we can. Have to be extra careful. And if they're coming up, then we'll bop them from up here. Okay, good. Just barely made it. That could have gone quite a lot worse. But luckily we did poke the bench from up above, so... I guess if we didn't take the bench, we'd respawn somewhere above where we had fallen in here, theoretically. Unless, of course, it works the way that other major sequences, like emerging from the various shrines, does, and has a bit of an implicit checkpoint that is not a bench past a certain story moment. I would assume that's how it works here, so you can't just hop back upstairs with a death. But anyway, there's something to press, which will no doubt break something else. And indeed it did, giving us a step over here. Do we really need it, given that we can jump up walls? Maybe not, but possibly that's relevant to people who skipped something much earlier in the game. You never know. Oh, I guess it opens up this slot over here on the right side. So that's what that would accomplish. I see something that almost looks like a map. Nope. Well, I mean, it's pointing to the left with a sign that I can't exactly make out, but it might be a map station for all we know. So, I think we should maybe just follow that. And yeah, indeed, we have a layout here. Crude map of the Underworks. We will take it. Now, interesting to see here that the exit from the exhaust organ up to the Grand Bellway is part of the Underworks that we had revealed previously when going through that area. from the mist. So that fills in something for us, at least. And the underworks actually, it completes quite a large part here. So on the right side of the underworks, you know, with that sort of rounded edge there, no doubt that is just a misty area that we might eventually map as mist. And of course, there would be the entire area of bile water to the east of that we just haven't obtained a map for yet. So we'll see. And given the way that the maps kind of click into each other and tessellate, very much like the first game, that when you see empty spots like that, you know that they could potentially be filled in. And of course, there's the question of the map that we didn't pick up at the station on the bottom left corner of the Citadel. So anyway, underworks, as you can see, the underworks actually goes lower than we saw down below, which is perhaps an incentive to just dive down and see if we can break anything else down there. But in the meantime, we will just take a look around here and see what else we can poke. This is clearly breakable, for instance. And then gets us over to more exhaust on this side. And we'll see what we can explore down here. Everything's kind of smashed up down here, but we'll just let that die to environmental damage. Okay, it works for me. And then what have we collected? A bone scroll? Yeah, that's just another thing for the collector. But then down here, there's a gate that it seems that we haven't opened. I guess it's just a bone scroll here then. Don't really see anything else to accomplish in this branch. So let's head back up and see what else awaits. Okay, so again, there is something at the bottom. We might as well check it. See if maybe something has looked like it could open up a spot down here. For example, if we just have some way to smash down there, it seems like there is a potential exit. I don't know if it's something that perhaps we can approach from the area here that, in theory, provides a return to Grand Gate. Well, not with our current means, unless, of course, we get some kind of shine spark ability that lets you go all the way up the shaft. So probably you just need to have something smash through, or you just wrap around from the bottom side and trigger something else that opens up this area as a return path from below. We don't know, so now let's just continue with what we have. Oop. Standing a bit close to this one here. Luckily, we do have a full bank of silk now. And we can continue going up. Interesting. There's a switch over there that we should loop around and take. I guess we're forced to the right side at the moment until we've had a chance to go up somehow. Well, what a grind. This will drop down below. That clearly is something that we can probably take advantage of. But let's see if we can scout that somehow first. Yeah, actually, looks like it is possible to cross over here and take a look. It's just some more shards, but that's okay. We're pretty much empty on shards right now, so that actually is helpful. Then let's proceed. Yeah, it kind of shows you that it does drop some very temporary platforms, which we'll take this way. Whoa, okay, don't want to get smushed by that. I don't know, clearly you can go down though, so... But we don't want to do that while we're still here, yeah, because you just get crushed. So we had to traverse down below this way, but let's check the top side first. Yeah, I fell all the way down. We better heal up while we have an opportunity. See nothing else to really poke up here though, not yet anyway. I fell all the way down. Can we kill it? Yes, we can. We'll check every relevant spot, of course. This was where we came in. This is the next level down. This is the next level down from there. Nope. Hang on. Didn't get out in time. But if we go down, there should be... Oh, way to go left. Can't really see. But we got it. Might as well check what this is to the left before we proceed. That looks big. And possibly quite threatening. Okay. Yeah, he looks big. Does he jump over me, though? Potentially. But what if he's down low in the ceiling? Okay, hang on. But we can have him a few more times. And build up in a silk for a heal. Just in case. Hang on. If he's going to do that, let's just reset our health. Oops, that was unnecessary. We should try to lure him back to the left if we can to avoid a swipe that's too close. There's a gate that's breakable on this side. If we would just want to bypass him. I do want to kill him though. We can. I think we can probably do it. He's standing a bit close though. Hang on. Here we go. Easy. And this is shard bundle. Okay. Guess that pays for all of the long pin ammunition we just expended. If nothing else. Surprise. Yeah, there is an upper layer that we should go to at some point. Feels like there's just full of locations that you can sneak above if you are extra careful. And also lots of environmental damage to hit the enemies with if you want to use it this way. This area actually vaguely reminds me of a lot of the laser sequences in the Crystal Caverns in the first game, in terms of being something a lot more focused on environmental hazards than you typically see in a Hollow Knight context. Oop, stood too close. We'll heal up in a moment. Just making sure nothing explodes on me here first. I do see something up here. Does this break? Totally does. Well, no jumping through fights over here. But there is a gate. Is this one way? Yes, it is. It's going to shut on me if I go through, so we don't want to go there yet until we've done good reason to. Let's go down below and then come back up first so we explore this properly. so. More shards. But it does open up this as a shortcut for going down below, so. We can take the upstairs path since we did open it. I want to see what else I've missed here first. If we can, there's something glowing there. Oh, just another enemy. Let's wreck him this way instead. I will need some silk back for health replenishment, though. It does show you what's down below. One of the flyers. Might be worth fighting. Yeah, so it looks like the actual proper exit is the one up here. Maybe there's something we can go for down on that side. We're probably careful about it. If we're probably careful about it, it looks like that is another gate over there, though. What does this break? Does this break open this door long term, or does it shut behind me? I don't really know, and given that I don't know, I think it's actually better if we take the top exit since it's the more secluded one, and the one that is likelier to be the lesser known path. Let's just get back up there first. It's not here, it's a little bit above. Yeah, this is supposed to be the lesser known path, even though if it is a one-way gate, then... Whoa, that's something. Well, I mean, he's just doing the treadmill there. NPC? Oh yeah, we can talk to him, don't just go ahead and kill him. Who is there? Me cannot clear see. At ease, large one. I am no danger to you, says Hornet after taking a swipe at him just to see if he can be poked. Me see you now, so clean, so lively. Surely you did come from above. The time has come at last, my work is done. You come to bring me up, You mistake me. I am no resident of the Citadel. I am a stranger here, though no foe to you. Stranger. Me grave mistaken. Forgive me, them's above, for me unworthy hope. Of course my work is not done. Harder. Me must work harder. Further conversation. The harder me work, the sooner it come. Them's above, them watch us always. Work hard, and us will go up. Sir, I fear you are long forgotten by your masters. Should you not rest? The burden this toil is placing on your shell is plain to see. You speak strange. Me cannot rest. Us works in citadel breeze, and them's above to sing, and all is right. And when us works enough, then see it. Them see it, and us gets us holy reward. Guess that's what he's been promised. Also, this is a two-way gate here. But let's see what else we can do in this area. Maybe we just need to come back and see him after we've... Oh, you know what? You can run this. And see what happens. Why don't we just keep running it? Do we give him some relief by doing so? I'm not sure that we do. I'm not sure that anything's happening here. May I ask you what you know of the citadel above you, sir? You go to much effort to reach it. The citadel, a most miracle of a place, bright and holy. Fresh water for all, much as can drink. Air so clean, can see the great roofs above. When methinks of citadel above, it works hardest of all. I think he's been sold a religion to keep him industrious and obedient. I do have to wonder if there is a thing that happens like an Easter egg or something just by running here. Kind of like how there's this one scene in Super Paper Mario where you are asked to run in a hamster wheel, and obviously if you follow the main quest along its intended sequence, there's a way to shortcut that and get around the hamster wheel task where you have to amass a certain number of points, but you can in fact do it the laborious way, as far as I recall, and that there is a special interaction that happens. Here, however, it doesn't appear anything's happening. Or is it? Actually, you know what? Watch that thing in the back. Watch the meter in the back. See how it's going up. See how it's going up. What happens when we fill it? Let's see it. There is something going on in the background art as we charge this up. There is something that's happening. That's why you don't ignore the background art. There's always something that you can potentially see. So we're filling the meter. Did it just click back down earlier? What happens when we just nudge it all the way to the top? We charge up a generator or something. So all the way to the top. What happens? It just clicks back down. Okay, so it's just mindless grind. Nothing ever actually does get charged up. So far as we know, maybe we can come back and charge something later. Good, my friend, good. When us works together, it's more holy, is more work done. Together, let's work raw hard till them's above see how worthy us is. Does he acknowledge anything else? You cannot say much more, friend. Them's is watching. Us must keep working. So we filled the meter, but nothing happened. We just clicked back into place. But I kind of feel like maybe there's another interaction that will turn this into something meaningful. If we perhaps trigger something else in this area that allows this to generate and provide power, or whatever it is he's doing here. Doesn't really take that long. There's Xi, high ping rosary job. I mean, I don't know. It seems like he's paid in eschatological promises instead. Oh, we totally did get a rosary off of that. I actually didn't realize that. Well, okay. Minimum wage, I guess. I feel like there is something probably relevant there at some point that we should come back to, but we will figure that out. Either that or it's just more lore, which is always its own bonus. Oh yes, that's right. Down below is where we needed to go to. Go back to the gate where we were before, which we've opened up. Okay, so something to the right. Okay, let's get above and do some more air to air if we can. Nice long range on a weapon, allows me to dunk him. And, oh. Sure, might as well open up a shortcut. Whoa. Getting a little risky here, of course. What was that symbol anyway on the sign? This looks interesting. Oh, it's another of the spool fragments. So that's an incentive to go there eventually. Just to extend our spool of silk. I think we only have the first upgrade on it at the moment. Oh, this guy has quite a reach. Let's heal up. Okay. Now there's a door to the right over here. It looks like a room that, according to the map, is also just a dead stop, so let's see what this is all about. Something to collect. And of course we should be aware of some way potentially to eventually get down. Whoop. They do in fact fight. Okay, good. We'll probably want to heal out of that before we take this guy out. Great rosary string? Yeah, we'll take it. Get it for mapping later. And benches and whatever else. And then we can go up. Lots to see, probably to the left so we can cover as much of this zone as we can. That one's going to come down. We'll just get above it and fight it with the dive as before if we can. Just telling me there's a bench nearby. I wonder if that's also going to be single use, but let's get up here and focus on this first. Okay, purely just a time check. Is this also just more or less one way? It kind of is. Oh, I see, because, yeah, all these things crashing down below. Well, we might as well see what it is. We can always come down here and continue. And it is single-use benches, but perhaps we're far enough that we don't mind too much. Depending on the expense. Yeah, 15 each. I think it's probably the same across the board. Oh, that's interesting. Is this for stringing? It looks like it's for stringing, but then why would it just string 25? Let's just see what it is. Ah, okay. It's a confessional. Speak now, thy confession will be heard. You have confessed a sin most grave and must, by works, cleanse yourself. Return to your task and work off cycle. Neither eating nor supping until new cycle begins. So yeah, I guess it just automatically dispenses the same advice for everybody, whether they confess or not. By the grace of Farloom Eternal, may you never tire, toil, and be forgiven. Well, we did see somebody who's still toiling, so... we probably don't need to pay in again, but I'm always curious with interactions like this. And like with a spa up above in, well, I guess down below now in Greymoor, whether something actually eventually happens if you just spend all your money on it. But even if it is just a mindless achievement or something. Anyway, going to replenish our supplies, which is a strong incentive to grab this bench. And yeah, that whole lower area, I do wonder about that. Maybe it's reachable from below or something, or from some other massive loop on the right side. We should check the left side here again just to see how everything connects. Maybe we can drop something that will open the whole passage down below. We'll find out now that we've done some mapping. That was a mistake. We needed to let that drop first. Oh, no, a mistake. Double mistake. That's okay. We don't have enough silk, but we will in a moment. I also might die in a moment. Okay. More exhaust all over the place. This is a gate from above, it seems. More rosaries, that's fine, we'll take that. This looks like it's potentially a fight. I mean, it's pretty close to a bench. Oh, it's just one of these guys again. Yeah, we can take him. We've taken him before. Oh, it's a group fight. Okay. Well, this can potentially take a while if we're not careful. And also, yeah, the walls have trapped us here, so. Alright, let's go back down and be a little more careful with the platforming this time. Nope, too slow. Oh, that's quite a long swipe on this guy. Have to watch out for him. Otherwise we will not have much replenishment available. I mean, we will get silk off of the cocoon, of course. Which we should take immediately if we can. And, you know, let's just kill them. Oh, okay, that was quite a strike. Oh, actually, making a mess of it already. That's okay. Just need to develop the method for it. And not spend too much ammunition until we've worked out a few small things about this. And just generally having a cleaner run back is going to make a big difference, I'm sure. And by cleaner run back, we mean not getting knocked back to this guy too much. And oh, that was a mistake, actually. Stood way too close for anything like that. Now we're not able to take a hit anymore. However, that one's down already, so now we need to live long enough to take this one out and at least try to get a heal down. Okay, that's fine. That actually stabilized a bit. Whoop. And then we're back in peril. Who's next? Oh, and he drops on me immediately. Okay, that's something we'll need to watch out for now. Well, anyway, we do know that, at least with the hits from the, what do you call it, the red storm, that as long as we don't just stand there and take damage, that actually does deal a good bit of damage out that we can use to our advantage. Also notice that the way that the paid bench system works is that if you are not at your cocoon, then you can't just backtrack and heal up right away, so come on, let's clean this up. And actually get back to the cocoon safely. Short jumps here will do. And oh, hang on. Let's not die to this one. Okay. We'll just heal right away once we get there. I said heal right away once we get there, which does require us to have some finesse when it comes to timing. Not even fully healed this time. Okay. Nope, just missing everything. Okay. This one could take some work. It's okay. We'll just push on it until we've A, got a cleaner run back, and B, get out a cleaner pattern of attack. Ideally with just a bigger bank of silk from not taking too much damage over here. Okay, just skip that guy and then we grab silk off of here. That's much better. We can just avoid damage. Oh, yeah, unfortunately he just stands directly on me. Okay, but you take him out right away like that, so I feel like Thread Storm is the way with those. We just need to have better timing so we don't run into such problems. Let's heal up when we can. That was Unfortunate. Yeah, if we get on top of those guys, dunking them from above worked out really well previously. We just need to do that. But we essentially have a strategy. If we can safely land 2 thread storms on the big guy, then he goes down very quickly, and we just try to not burn too much silk on anything else, like initial damage here. Let's poke him first. Yeah, unfortunately. Yeah, you see just 2 pushes like that and do it. Okay. Get above him. No, unfortunately. Okay. Nope. Got caught. Yeah, we want to avoid the projectiles entirely on that if we can. I don't know if we can swat them back. That's worth considering, perhaps. But yeah, we can just safely go Thread Storm against a big guy. And we're in business. Nope, I was trying to dash out of there. Yeah, you can't hit him from the back. He does shell up quite nicely. Get on the wall against this one. We start dunking him. However, that one's going to come down. We need... Oop. No, don't want to jump into that. That's not a wall. I was hoping for a wall jump there, and we just weren't watching. That's okay. Just learning a lot of little things about this. If we can avoid damage, then we can get just... Red Storm's backed up for the big guy every time. Then we have a pretty clear approach. Right now we're spending too much silk on the heal from taking too much damage initially. Yeah. Okay. Nope. I see what happened. Yeah, you can't run into the wall like that. We need to stop sliding in like that. Okay. Okay, need to build up enough without getting hit by the projectile. Nope. Got hit. So... yeah, I'm just trying to get above him because that's how we fought him in the open parts of the map. We might actually just want to go boomerang against that guy, but that doesn't build up silk, and we do need to build up silk because we need it for both heals and Thread Storm attack. Okay, let's just push forward. Again, just... okay, good. Okay, now, go below. Oh, we can use the uppercut attack, perhaps. The upper attack works quite nicely. Now we can go Thread Storm against this one, too. Bust him. This attempt is going much better than the one before it, which is... okay, uppercut against him. Sure, you can. And you know what? That's the fight. That's the entire fight. Very easy. Just 2 rounds. So simple once you have a method. What a dramatic improvement all of a sudden. So yeah, Thread Storm is absolutely the trick against a big guy. We better get rid of this one before we die. Is he hiding something? Not really. Hiding himself. Hiding his work. So this takes you back out to the central chamber over here, which then allows us to open something up and drop a gate, no doubt. Let's see. Oh, let's not tie to this one. before we had a chance to unlock something. Gate? Okay, you know what? We'll just go through here first. I guess it allows me to hide for a moment. Until we found a way to bust through here with something else. Okay, get above him. Oh, come on. Oh, nope. Too far down. Come on. Okay, just drop that. Didn't manage to drop it on anybody, I don't think, but we can see if we can nuke these guys from above. Let's see what we can do. Okay, good. Dunked him. Stunk the other one. Floating down there by the switch. Having walls to jump on absolutely helps there. Okay, we dropped something down below. We should see what we did exactly. What we managed to accomplish. We can also check this room here. In case we opened up a wider passage up above. I think... Oh, this is something new. You know what? See something glowing here. I'm gonna plate a needle in and see what happens, maybe. Nothing, but I don't know what we collected here then. I guess this is also just for the flavor of it. Anyway, we did open up a passage going down to the first bench down below. We should maybe map things out. This side once again before we do anything. And specifically also see if we've opened up a passage going all the way down. Because we did knock out part of the floor here to connect the passage. Busting through the center. When we open this up, that just takes you back to where you were before, but does this potentially give me anything new further down below? I guess we'll find out. By taking out all of these along the way, if we can. Need good distance to catch them on the float up. Yeah, there's a lot that's busted down here at this point. We might be able to drop some more. If we look at this carefully. As we'll follow it all the way to the bottom to see if anything has been exposed. Doesn't really look like it, but maybe there's something hidden that we haven't quite seen going on here. Open as much as possible here. And we'll shove this one against this wall as well. Hand on to its heel. So much air there in this game. Well, we're getting used to it. Yeah, so many things that are lodged here and there. This was where we initially came in. As something collapsed further. Well, now we have access to this switch. So I think the answer is yes. Because that has raised this down below. And lots of spikes in here. Yeah, because that collapsed all the way to the bottom. Then we'll see what has been exposed over here. Platforming sequence. Oh, no. Needs to actually jump and float a bit. We will probably get the nearby bench if we start taking a lot of hits here. Yeah, I just need to float around a little bit and take the second one. Something to collect. Delver's drill. Rotary tool used for boring into bone and rock. Doesn't sound boring at all. Tries to wield her downwards while spinning the drill with destructive force. So it's a ground pound attack, I guess. It is ammunition based. But this could be interesting. Maybe... Yeah, we want to keep Curve Claw. We haven't been using Long Pin that much recently, apart from that one big guy we hit from a ledge earlier. But if we essentially have, you know, an attack that helps us point up and an attack that helps us point down with the drill, that could be interesting. We definitely want to map it down just because it makes intuitive sense to do so. Also, something else we can bust over here. What might that be? Interesting. Looks like somebody's here. Looks like there's actually a return passage from somewhere else. Unless, of course, you have some means to traverse further. Yeah, it looks like there's a way that this slides from up above. So we'll keep an eye on that. Okay, it's definitely not an alternate exit or anything, I don't think. But it is curious. I guess we'll map it and see what it's all about. Okay, nothing else to look at down here, I don't think, but the question is if we want to hit that bench and respawn everything on the way up. I mean, it's not a big deal if we do. Currently on 108 rosaries. Although the most recent bench is close enough that it does make a certain amount of sense to keep traversing upwards and see what we hit. Since we'll be taking the top passage back out anyway after this. And don't need to be spending on save points willy-nilly. If we have our own means to replenish health, just tapping enemies a few more times. Now, there was something that we still couldn't reach earlier. It wasn't there. One of the items, I want to say that was very recently that we encountered a spool expansion that we couldn't actually poke at the time, but we'll keep an eye out for what that was all about. Actually, at this point I've already forgotten where it was, so because if we poked this, we never found out what this room was for. Very curious. It's a little hiding spot, I guess. I mean, you know, if we map it later, maybe we can figure out that this is actually an exit from something on the left. It's very possible if this is an alternate connecting passage from elsewhere. In that case, let's continue and navigate this segment. Any surprises? This guy. Whip him like that, that's fine. Something up above here, we can get there. Okay, oh, have to be very careful. This is something. Isn't it now? Ideally, oh yeah, there's something up above. So we can get a better jumping position to deal with whatever's up here. You know what, let's just whip it that way. Can't really see it right now. But we really do need to not die to this. Hang on. No, we totally died to it. That's okay, but it's easy to get back there. Fighting a little bit blindly there. But that's okay, we're very close to it, so... We did manage to fill in more of the map. And that goes up to Coral Chambers, interesting. That was already a connecting exit that goes up to this side, so that is the exit, in fact. So we should get the cocoon, and then we should come back over to the right side to explore that way. Clearly the right thing to do. Okay, this will run back. Very familiar to us now. Even though we didn't actually have to do it that many times. Quite fortunately. Oh, almost ran into that. So yeah, around top, we'll grab the cocoon, and then we'll actually backtrack. Maybe we'll find the Coral Chambers exit first so we can maybe go up to that zone and grab the map, but then I do want to come back here and explore if that's the case. Now, that part was more like an exit. This part we can do. Also, we didn't open whatever this was. Might be an alternate path going up. Or... Great Rosary String. Yeah, glad we found it. Oh, whoops. Was trying to drop down safely, and that could have gone a lot better. Okay, let's not die to the little fire this time. We can avoid it. You know what? It's actually better if we do it by Threadstorm, I think. There we go. Yeah, because it's going to approach like that anyway, so. Low hit point pool, hard to hit, gets in close, that's a Threadstorm. Same with this one. You see? Sometimes all it takes is a little bit of silk. However, oh, I guess we didn't have a way to jump up on top of it. Yeah, we should have actually waited for it to get to a position where I could pop on top. That would have been much nicer. Instead, we'll... Oh, that's okay. We'll just come around this way. That's just a trivial shortcut at most. I think does this allow me to come back down? Having discovered this passage... You know what? Let's go up, because then we can map it. Then we should come back down. Or should we? Because that is... If we leave this zone, quite a long ways to go back. And... explore all the way to the right. Yeah, let's connect some passages first. So we can at least hit a bench. And we can take this bench to back downstairs, perhaps. As we've discovered what this is all about, taking a nice warm bath. We go up through the bath. This feels like it's a waterway that would wash you down from somewhere else. But yeah, we should go to the bottom left of the Underworks. Not bottom left of the Coral Chambers, rather. Find a map for it first. Map the area. So this is new. And we'll just traverse through this room. Oh. Okay, let's not run into absolutely everything if we can avoid it. We better heal up before we do too much. And we'll just try to connect back to the entrance where we fell down here in the first place. We're choristers, so we're just here for rehearsal. It's kind of nice to feel a little bit empowered again. But yeah, let's go for that map station and everything else can come from that. You see a switch up here though. Maybe we can press? No, it's not. Or rosaries though, that potentially helpful. Also you can kind of see what it looks like in the outside world once again. Also, if we can find more of the Ventrica teleportation points, that would be very potentially helpful. Because you open this up, then yeah, you basically have a passage that allows you to go further up and below. Looks like this was kind of the main passage there to begin with. Oh, that's new. And probably unfriendly. Oh, it drains silk. What if it drops silk once you've taken it out? Okay. Repellation a big bit there. Well, good zone for farming up tons of rosaries, I guess. Didn't we say something about going down below first to grab the map? We should do that. Then? No, this looks like it crumbles. And then that should get us down below, too. Where we dropped through the lift earlier. This is a new zone, but that's because we don't have the map. So it's the part of the citadel down below that is not coral chambers. And we'll explore the right side in a moment. Hopefully we can get up here. Yeah, that's the Grand Gate. The Grand Gate is seemingly its own zone, and we have to keep the scales balanced because the last judge is no longer here to do it for us and make sure justice is served. But we do, first of all, have more threat. Great. That looks like a pretty significant expansion. And then what's on this side? Well, not much to look at right now, it seems. But anyway, here we are up above, and let's drop back down. Well, that is one very grand gate. Okay, here is where we came from in the first place. Let's see what we can do with this part of the map. Grand Gate map. Okay, there we go. And so we see the path down to the underworks. That seems sensible enough. Because now we see the entirety of that connection. Now there will probably be more maps of zones in the Citadel as we press even further. We should see what this lift looks like, whether it can in fact be theoretically restored, or if we can go past it or above. There's also a zone to the left there as the initial entrance that we didn't actually take a look at. Oh, hey, look who's here. Haven't seen Sherma in a while. Red Maiden, dear sister, at last our great pilgrimage is at its end. Our faith never wavered, and now here awaits our glorious reward, the shining citadel where all sing as one. I will not tell you to turn back, for I know you will not, but I urge you to at least be cautious. Terrible things lurk within the citadel, little pilgrim. Oh, sister, there is no need for caution and no need for fear. Let us step forward under guidance of our faith. Yeah, you see Sherma is resourceful enough to make it all the way up here. So, past this, at the blasted steps, there was something up above in this room. We never got a chance to take a look at it properly because we were too busy, in the next room, being blown up by the last judge. But let's go up the wall and take a look. Oh, we did come up here. We just didn't see whatever was beyond this way, because it looks like, I guess, that that's actually a drop from somewhere else that you have to traverse to first. Okay, that's why, because we did check this location, but it looks like this is exit only. Yeah, and Sherman's still hanging around here. Let us head on, sister. Together we will step forward under guidance of our faith. And yeah, same thing as before. Let's take a look at where we dropped into the underworks on the right and see if there's anything else we can do here. Not really. Well, given that, we should take the other exit back down to the underworks, since that's closer to where we would like to go. Over to the right side to explore some more. We'll see if it connects to anything on the right side, particularly given that the connecting area to the Grand Bellway was located there in the first place, and is technically part of the underworks zone. Assuming we can go up, because now the scales have been restored. If the scales are restored, can we actually go up? It's possible the answer is no. Interesting. Can I weigh them down somehow? Okay, so if I do this, I guess we do have to take the long way. Maybe. Seems suspicious. Like we missed an opportunity to unbalance the scales of justice and create a shortcut some other way. But I guess we'll go back down. Can we? But it's closed. So how does one go about it then? Huh, curious. Is there a wall we can jump on in this room now? That's interesting. That this gate reset, but you can't enter the underworks this way. So then what do? We would have to get over to the Grand Bellway and drop back down this way. That seems suspicious. I feel like something is off about this, that we're missing some path for continuation all of a sudden. It's very strange. But we're pretty close to the nearest fast travel point in the blasted steps, so maybe that's something that's worth checking. And then we can just port back over to the Grand Bellway to continue. Maybe. It does look a little off that we can't seem to ascend up here if we've dropped down. But the proximity to the LB station does perhaps tidy it up slightly. Huh. Very curious that... Oh, no, you can just tap it. Okay, we should have just done that in the first place. I wonder if we could have done that just earlier when we were here initially. I just never really thought of tapping the scales. And just gone around the works completely. I wonder if that was actually feasible, because we never interacted with this or saw whether it could have been interacted with. Yeah, you see, can't assume that there's no path when it clearly is. Whoop. Hang on. It's already been raised. Well, let's see what we can do to continue up. Oh no, not like that. Hang on, dashing too much. Yeah, I can always tap these from below. Okay, that's what we need. As long as we don't miss once we're on the other side of that. Hang on. That's already been tapped. Oh yeah, okay, left side. Okay, we'll just go this way. Raise this if we can. Because then we can tap this one up. Interesting puzzle structure for this particular area. I don't like it as a concept. The platforms. Okay, here we've been already. And then we just drop down below to go back to the coral chambers. Or was there a way to open this gate? Maybe this was shut and that's why you couldn't actually proceed until taking the lower loop, since we did have to break this open ourselves, didn't we? Okay, some coral chambers up there. We'll... Whoop, hang on. That was a mistake. Is this bounceable? It is, but it doesn't give me enough height. However, this should be easily traversable. And we'll go back up the coral chambers this way. Okay, so we have the means to continue upwards. I actually kind of want to check to see if there is a station that is nearby for the Ventrica network, because if you connect the left and right sides that way, that suddenly makes things very easily accessible. Let's heal up before we get our silk drained by the silk drainer as well, if it's back. Yeah, might as well check this before we do anything else. Shards galore. Well, not very many, but we'll take it. It's the back room that doesn't seem to have much else going on. More rosaries. Okay, we'll take those too. Might as well loot the whole place. And yes, indeed, there's a Ventrica lift over here, except it's not accessible to me at the moment. We would have to drop down towards it somehow. But we could potentially complete the passage over to the right. If that's the case, though, if I don't have an immediate way to open it, I think we'll actually go back down. Let's Well, let's see what's on the right first. But I do want to go back to the Underworks passage before we're too far from it. Because obviously, if you go all the way over here, there could be a connecting passage to the right that gets you over to the other Underworks. But if we're not able to open up that venture spot yet, it might take a while to get back to this side, so I think I'd rather go down that way and see what happens. Yeah, and this was seen. If there's anything else to look at over here that we didn't already inspect. But I feel like that's an exit from somewhere else. Possibly a return path. Let's skip those. Nope. And by skip those, I mean fall directly into the blade. Fall directly into that blade too. Okay, never mind. Nope. Let's not jump off the wall there. That was also a mistake. At least took some environmental damage. And we actually checked this side. Yeah, this is where we came in for the first place. We better heal up soon before we die here. Or just hit to the bench without taking any more environmental damage, we hope. Oh, yeah, okay, never mind. Awful place to get caught, but let's have a slightly more successful drop into this completely normal looking zone without taking damage off everything. Where was that anyway? Down below? Yes? Okay, there we go. Everything's back in business. And we'll go down and to the right. Still very satisfying to have figured out that bit so quickly. Oh. Now we do need to get across this, but we've got a decent margin to work with when it comes to health and silk, so let's just not dawdle too much. And hit this bench while we still can. I will in fact pay into it because we don't know how deep we'll go. Was there something on the right? Let's... Oh, interesting. Oh no, that was the confessional. Yeah. The automated confessional. Oh, missed. Let's try this again. Let's just get through all the exhaust. And then we'll just explore the entire right side of the zone as soon as we are able. A couple of exits here, bottom and top. Let's do top. Oh. You know what? Just smash them like this. Much easier that way. Do the top pass. Oh, didn't have enough silk to do what I wanted to do there. There is some kind of switching mechanism down below. We should actually go for it, but I don't currently see. I guess you would bounce off the bottom part. Unless this is accessible here. It is. Okay. Right, because now we have a passage. Well, that looks like some kind of hot zone up ahead. Okay. Oh, okay, there's a wall here. That's important information. And Ventrica, yes, we will gladly take that. We can reach it and pay into it. Should cost about 80, right? We'll gladly pay it. Well, that is extremely convenient. Because of the way that we had already opened up the Grand Beltway. Which means that we just have a natural save point that's just available for all of the other hubs and exit points. So I think we'll just take it. And heal up at the Grand Beltway and use that as the nearest bench instead. Assuming nothing about the Ventrica system breaks along the way. Vacuum tube, the only way to travel. Well, other than the Bell Beast. Okay, so this will take us down in some fashion. And then we just need to watch out for everything spraying us here. Why is this here? Oh, hang on. Nope, was trying to get out in time, but that didn't seem to block anything off. I was wondering about that. This is just a bottom passage connecting to a room that we had explored before. I guess it opens up this gate. Right, because this hatch now opens on this side. We've been here previously. So you had multiple passages here. And we just fight. There's a group fight. Oh, trying to get uppercut against it. Totally can. We'll just do this before the next spawn. Whoop. Trying to go with this. Pull up to Silk before the next round. Whatever it should be. Okay, we do have a method for this guy. Except we're taking a lot of damage on it. There we go. Is that last? It's not. Oh, I see. Okay, sure, that works too. There's more, though. And we're in quite a bit of peril here. So. That's okay, at least we know about the fight now, and we can have an idea of what to expect. But that's interesting, that it implies to me that if we came from the right side, then what's going on there is that that fight is a path that is meant to go right to left and open up that passageway. It seems like a particularly challenging gate for that. Oh, because that's where the other spool fragment was. I do remember that now. That we were on the other side of the gate to the spool fragment and getting through that. Enemy set will get you that reward. Okay, so we're definitely doing it. We'll fight them even though we're only on one out of two fragments once we do it. So Yeah, we'll definitely just fight them. And just try to avoid damage and save Silk. Okay. Reduced the problem a little bit. Then... Oh, nope. Got jumped. In exactly the wrong spot. Yeah, we should have healed for 2 there since we had full Silk for quite a while. But we did pretty well on the first 2 waves. So I think we do have a working strategy. We just need to bank up enough Silk for the big guys. And burn them down quickly. Oh, wrong way. No, right way. This was where we wanted to go. And down here. Okay. We should heal out of this first. And then build up enough Silk for the first attack against this guy. Whoop. Nope, that was total whiff. Unfortunately, so we do need to fight this guy the conventional way. Okay, we're very low at this point though, so... Yeah, the idea is we tap that guy for Silk a little bit if we can. Nope, didn't get out of that. I mean, we're just at too low health at that point. If we don't take so much damage, then phase is perfectly fine. But yeah, that's almost certainly the spool fragment path, as far as I'm aware. It does make you earn it, as it should. But we can get through the first part cleanly without too much damage. Good. And then... too much damage here. Should build up Silk so we have some for the big guys without taking too much incoming. Oh, that was too much. Well, now we're in an equivalently bad position for the flyers coming now, so... Nope, yeah. We just need more health going into that phase. Can't take so much sloppy damage, and if we mitigate damage, our attack pattern is easily aggressive enough to take them out as necessary. Heal up a bit sooner, perhaps, so we can build up Silk again, and have the effect off of the Reaper to replenish in time. But even if we're, say, 2 masks down, it might still be worthwhile to heal early when we have the opportunity between phases. Okay. I think attacking out from a distance like this has been working out pretty well, as long as we don't run into them too close, as we've been doing. Now, this phase we can afford to clean up a little bit, I think. Because this one here has been burning silk too aggressively. And yeah, if we take out the flyer, I think we can get the rest without too much trouble. In fact, we'll burn a bit of a heal now so we can build up silk again off this attack. Let's actually try to grab the fire first if we can. Oh, not enough. Hang on. Not enough silk for the next one. Actually, this we can just do conventionally now, probably. And that way, we have some silk left over for heals once we tap them. Tap the next one as it comes down so we can heal. Good. Great position now. Boomerang. There we go. That's it. End of the fight. Yeah, once again, just needed health going into the last one. Easy. We'll open the gate, and we'll loop back around, or indeed just continue directly over here, since the gate is open. And then what we'll do is continue to the right, or we could even go through the vent first to heal up hard and hit the bench. I don't think we need to. It's not the same bench either way. Okay, so this is actually just a viewpoint, it seems. It looks like there's a way down below, but that's because it's shared with our view of this room here. So you get a view, but it looks like there's no way to actually connect to the right side just yet from what we're seeing right now, unless, of course, it has something to do with this area. Like there's something to break. No, not really. Yeah, currently, we don't have a means of transport to break through, as far as I can tell, but maybe there's something else we haven't uncovered. Like up here. Nope. Okay, in that case, we'll take the vent out. Well, we have one of two choices. We can take the vent out to the Grand Bellway and try to connect the coral chambers right to left all the way across the corridor, and then we'll try to make the connection points between both sides. I think that might be the most elegant way to do it. And then we'll just cover more of the zone today. So pretty steady progress so far. Okay, and yeah, so now the map actually is marked as leading to the underworks when you go to the right side here. And we'll see, because there was clearly a bit more that we could have done there with that connecting passage through the mist, for instance. That was on the other side of the exhaust area. Well, we'll see. I mean, it would be nice to go back there to eventually get the bile water map, because that's something that's very conspicuously missing. Also because maybe that connects further in the underworks over to whatever the right side is. But it also could be that the lower level here, underneath where it says coral chambers, is what gets you down to the passage down below. So lots to explore, lots to choose from. Let's just hit the bench and go. Okay, so this area here, let's just go up and to the left and pass through the corridor if we can. Whoops. Oh, you know what? Let's just smoke him. Okay. Yeah, we don't care too much about that. Let's just proceed and see who's guarding this area. One charges quite a long ways. These valiant defenders of the Coral program. Anyway, who else lies in wait? Platforming segment over here. Well, these little workers we recognize from earlier as well in the fire zone. Okay. We take that out. Is there any reason to go down to the lower level? Not sure there is. Big fight coming at all? Surely there is eventually. Just tap them both like that. Gotta heal up. And then, yeah, so this gate, you have to open it right to left. So we did have the right idea here by starting on the right and connecting. And then you can break glass in case of emergency. And then this connects over to the passage that we had just about reached before. So let's go down and let's see how the other doors match up with this as a central passage. Something to the right here. We'll look at that once we defeat some of these guys. Yeah, because it looks like it just connects seamlessly to where we were before in this room. And, yeah, we've been here. Oh, hey, it's Garmond and Zaza. Didn't expect them here. Nice to meet them. I guess we have to clear this area if we want to talk to them. Who are they hunting this time, I wonder? Okay, Garmon and Zaza. Who else are you trying to defeat? Let's talk. Oh, sister, a grand victory achieved again. The haunted might of this place cannot stand against our pure hearts. Leave us to our noble hunt, sister. The Citadel's twisted bugs still infest these gilded halls. Many are their numbers, but we shall see their life's threads severed. I really hope these two make it through the game. They're just far too charming to go down, but almost seems like they're set up right in place. So. And then, okay, so this then opens passage down below. Oh, down below. I hadn't seen that. Because hadn't we run into an obstacle here? Maybe you need to break this from the left side then. That's how you would do it. Oop, we'd better heal up before we do anything. Oh, oops. Getting hit a bit hard by this. Really hard by this, in fact. Yeah, that was a little bit rough, but let's tread carefully. Oh, okay. More of these come up. Yeah, maybe we'd better... Well, we can tap these if we can, and just can't see them very well, and we're likely to get mobbed all of a sudden. We're pretty far from the other bench too, so maybe we should go up and see if there's something that I can tap to replenish, like on the right side. Something a little more easily within reach. We will, of course, push down to that location, but let's see if we can explore a bit closer to our existing bench first and see what this is all about, for instance. A white lock bearing a surgical symbol. Oh, we do have a white key. Where did I even get that white key? I don't even remember. We had picked it up fairly recently, I think, but... Oh, also, we have to cache the Bugs of Farloom quest. I forgot about that. That's something we should do at some point. Where do we even pick that up? Grants access to the Citadel's White Ward. The hospital wing. I don't remember where we got that. That was recent. Let's do it. It's not a single-use key anyway. It also allows me to come over here. That's interesting. Because it gives me a bench. Which is what we wanted. Also, this area is off-map, which tells me that White Ward is the zone that is represented here, and it's got an entirely different map that is going to perhaps connect down to the Underworks. So, before we do that then, because we got a bench very close by, let's try to figure out the left side connection to... Oh, hang on. Forgot that. We respawned everybody. Get that left side connection first, too. Make sure all the gates are open and connected. Hey, where did Garmon and Zaza go? They're no longer on watch here, so this place is totally gone to pot without our assistance. There we go. Because we do want to go to the left there and break open whatever that is. Okay, have to be very careful here with these ones. They're pretty vicious. You know what? That's the way. If we can. This goes up. I see, so that's the only passage. You can't actually break through this. Yes, we did come here previously, though. That's as far as we went, I think. And we decided to turn back in this location to explore further. So the connection is always subterranean. But then that still raises the question of how we're going to reach the other transport points. That's on the left side. And I think the answer must be that you go up above and go to the left further and drop down towards it from some other location further along in the map. So, the question is, do we continue that way or do we go back to the bench and try to head towards the White Ward of the Citadel? Well, lots of options, so let's get up first and just inspect what the other doors are like. We actually can't make it too far up, can we? Yes, we can. Just use the bells. Dunk this guy if we can. Oh, got caught. Come on. Just whipping that way. That works a lot better. This looks breakable, so we'll break it. What does this room give you? Interesting. Oh, drowning in the bath there, I guess, but rosary necklace? Okay, sure, we'll take more. Not going to complain too much about more wealth. To buy up everything else that we haven't already. Alright, again, might as well see what the other doors look like in this zone, and then we'll see if we want to do the whiteboard first. I still can't remember where I got that key. That's okay. Not going to complain about that. It's our reward for exploring. Here we go. Take them down at once, and then we can just get in a little bit closer here before we get zoned up by all the projectiles. Here we go. Love the long reach on this attack. It allows you to jump from pretty far away, even if we lose access to some of the rewards. And there is a bench up here as well. That's interesting. So close by to the other one. I guess because to access the other bench you had to have the key, and so this is the closest one if you do not have the white key the way we did. And this opens up a passage to go back down below, which is curious. Maybe. Could be. Well, let's see what this is all about first. That's interesting. Why would we want to drop down here? Let's find out. Oh. Here we go. Anyone else going to jump me from here? Well, let's just clear up more of the map and find out. Interesting. That looks like it's just a passage to drop down below. Let's go back up in case we missed something. I feel like I did miss something. On this side, perhaps. That's just a circuit, though. So I guess just a little circuit maze here, unless there's something like a wall that we could have busted. Oh, more enemies. That's fine. Good. Just whip him. Quite a few more hits than I would have liked here, though. That's okay, we'll just proceed back down below. Why would we drop back in here? I mean, I guess it's a connecting passage, but to what purpose? I feel like we missed something that we could have theoretically collected. But we can see the map, perhaps. By going here first before we go down. You can see what exactly we missed about this area. Yeah, I'm sure there was maybe something to collect in there that we just didn't manage to poke. Because it's kind of curious that you would go down towards that location. Actually, no, I understand it. It is if you've come from left to right and you wanted a way to connect to the right side of the Citadel map. Because normally, when we came through the connection through the Coral Chambers, we needed to hit the lock to open our way from the right half to the left half. If you don't have that, if you want to open the passage, if you were a player who came from the left half first, then that connecting passage that we just did is the way to do it. That is how I understand this. We'll probably go downstairs at this point, but let me just check. Is there anything else we wanted to push towards over here? Maybe we want to see if we can find a connecting passage over to the vent in the bottom left. That looks like it might take a while to get to, but that's okay. Let's maybe check a bit further. Now, we did hit the bench, so we respawned everybody, but we'll live with it. How many hits is this going to take? Quite a few. We got him. Yeah, so we want a passage. That is the next one. Up top. Oh, actually. Depend on us getting up here first. And sure, we'll just drop him. So yeah, we did see how to get up to the bench in the top corner, but was there anything else to see up here? Just the flyers that fought us all at once. So let's get over here instead. Just to see what this is, to see if we can get that connection point to the Ventrica transportation system. Doesn't look like it's going to happen here, though. Rosaries over there. Oh yeah, we just need to fight them. This goes left. It looks like if we go all the way to the left, there is a drop point that will get us down to Ventrica, but first let's take the Rosaries here instead. Oh, just missed one. That's okay. We don't particularly mind. Sure, just get in my way. We'll just loot you anyway. And then proceed this way. So we can finish that connection point. That would be ideal. Whoop, we need to heal up. Okay. Just try to approach this one like this. Okay, great. No problem. Wonder about this half here. No, we're fine. So yeah, we just need to find a way to drop down below if we can. Not through these spikes, obviously. But let's go up just to see if there's any signage on the doors for anything else important. These are just timed platforms. We'll come back here and do some of this later, perhaps. Let me just traverse to once again see if these rooms seem important. I mean, they're all going to be important, but we can do them later. I'd rather just get the Ventrica passage first. I think that should be a priority. All of these look interesting. I see. This gives you silk. So this is just a silk refresh station, as far as I can tell. 40 rosaries. We don't need to silk that badly. We do need to figure out how to go down below and see how to get transport from here. I mean, down below. What is to the left here that is pointing to, though? Oh, I see. So we're actually connecting to the slab. And we're luckily not in the cold zone yet, as everything wakes up around us. Okay, that's fine. Well, if we can find a way to get the apostate key by approaching from this direction, that solves certain problems with a slab. That's going rather high here. Well off camera. Oops, let's heal up. Very satisfying to just fill in all the connections between the map this way. Even if the game had to fudge it a bit by transporting us against our will to the slab for so long. But if we can get through the gate that is marked with the apostate key, then we might be able to do something here. Because that is just a gate to the left, right? I mean, we can just open it. And that connects down here. Right, it's the other two gates that connect to the apostate key. So first of all, let's do the entry zone because we haven't seen it. Now, of course, there's a lot that we won't be able to do here until we have some kind of cold defense as well, which we don't currently have, but... Interesting. I don't see anything else to do here, though. Well, this is just a way to manipulate the light. Oh, actually. Give me one moment. Let's consider this. Can we put the light? Or... Oh, that's something we can pick up. Great rosary string. We'll take it. I think that's probably all there is to that section. Now, coming in here, though, again, we have the connection to Mount Faye, but I remember that we can't actually do anything there yet. Nor could we do anything up top with our current suite of movement skills. So, for lack of the apostate key, we probably won't push into this yet, but let's just see what happens when I enter from this side. I mean, same as before, we've seen all this. But now I guess we have come in from the outside instead. With lacking the key, though, we can't really do much here, so... Because I know that we're waiting on something like either double jump or the grapple equivalent or something like that. And definitely some kind of cold protection to proceed further. So I think for now we'd back out, having found that connection point, since we have mapped it. And Paxman, you're saying slab you? Yeah. Well, I mean, we definitely got slabbed here previously, hence the existing map that we've made of that zone. Hope you've been doing well, incidentally, Paxman. I don't know if you've gotten through this game already. But let's see. So, I wonder if we actually could see anything else in this area. We'll map it once we get back to the previous bunch. You hundoed it earlier today. Congratulations. Must have spent quite a bit of time on it, given that it's only been out for a little more than a week. I am, as you can see, nowhere near that yet. We're at about 35 hours, and I did map out, or rather, I did traverse through Bilewater and the Mist already. In fact, I approached the Citadel from the right side first, but we never found a map for that, so that's missing from the map currently. That is the state of things in my file at the moment. But yeah, congratulations on getting through what you can before the eventual Godmaster equivalent comes out. Now, if it's not through this passage down to the Ventrica location, then what would it be? You know, it probably is through the prison, that you go through that lower level in a slab, and you have the key, the apostate key, to go over to the right, and then that is what eventually drops you down to the prison, unless... It kind of looks like this map is suggesting that you could have something that drops down through here as well and punches through if you drop something heavy enough, but we don't know yet. I think it is going to be the prison road, if I absolutely had to guess. Given that, since we're here, we might as well explore a bit more of this area. Starting with this platforming segment. We'll just skip that one. Oh, it's actually just a flea. We'll free to flee and then flea finder. So flea finder, I think, was the achievement for getting a half, which then gives me a precise number of how many fleas there are in the game, because I think it must be like 10 out of 20 or something that we've caught in. I don't know if I have a good way to count them. Oh, and we keep forgetting that I really do need to go back to grab this quest at some point or rather complete it. That's okay, we'll just bust through here the clumsy way. You can see from the background animation of the pendulum what the timing is on the platforms. That's kind of a neat little touch. So, the pendulum is your visual indication. We'll see what's on this side. This looks awfully suspicious. Like if you press it, all this stuff will spawn things. Let's go back to that in a moment. Let's see what's here first. Hold that thought. As we see what's up here first. Okay, lots of silk. But for what purpose? Ooh, look at that. That's another combat room that we dropped into here. Okay. Looks like there's a lot to see on either side. Okay, we need to heal up. Okay, wasn't fully interrupted there, so. Oh, getting a little risky. Getting really risky. Okay, we'll take that. Not nearly enough silk to work with, though, so... Here's bench was pretty far, too. That does connect, it seems, over to the passage on the right. Maybe there's a door we can unlock here. Let's just be very careful. So we don't get knocked down by the first thing we see. Breakable, good. Lots of things that could break the player here, though. I see it. So it kind of connects to the right and then drops down to what looks like a very prominent room down below. Let's grab some silver heals. That's not enough. Also notice that we don't really have a good way to jump through here yet. That looks like a... Oh, nope, hang on. I was trying to just peek there. I was trying to go through the center to peek. That was a mistake. Because we are pretty far off. Let's go back to the map. Yeah, that's pretty far, but that's okay. We can reach it. And we mapped out a lot on the way there. Just need to fight all these guys on the way back. Or just port through here a little bit faster until we get up here, and then we just return it to its older spawning location, and also grab the higher bench, I think, since we're doing this from an upper position. I was rather diverted here. We were thinking originally I'd just go down to the bottom part of the lift right away, since we unlocked it with a key anyway. Cannot for the life of me remember where we got that key. We collected so many things in this game at this point. Oh yeah, because there's another series of aerial fights up here if you want to get up to the bench. That's why we didn't really choose to come up here right away. That's okay. We'll grab the bench. The lower one might actually be easier to work with, given that we have to get through all these enemies, but that's okay. We'll save ourselves the climb. And it's very easy to skip those. What? We'll just keep missing this guy, I guess. We have silk for heals now, if we so choose. And we'll just continue on however we can. Yeah, upper passage that we didn't open up fully yet because we didn't go down far enough to hit that switch. Let's just go back to the cocoon before anything else happens. Oh, you know what? Thank you, Garmon and Saza. Very helpful of you to do our job once again. Look at them, just got spiked. Can we talk to them again? What a battle cry. Oh, sister, a grand victory achieved again. The haunted might of this place cannot stand against her pure hearts. Same thing we said previously. Oh, maybe we escort them far enough they can help out with Hogsworth dancers, which we just peeked at very briefly when we approached from the right side. Or maybe he'll break into the slab as well. Yeah, Garmon and Zaza have been standout NPCs in this game, for sure. First thing I thought when I met Garmon in this game was that we really do need a fight night between him and Zote from the first game. Okay. Just for purely chivalric purposes, you understand. We need to go to the right and grab that, and then we'll come back to the left and see whatever this room is after that. Let's not get poked by that just yet. And we'll just connect through this passage first. We already have silk, which means that we can just heal up a bit. Grab a tiny bit more silk, not much. But just enough to poke everything here. Okay, we'd better heal up soon too. Oh, good thing it missed. Well, didn't miss that time. You know what? Here we go. Curved claw to the rescue, partially. Okay, now we approach right. And poke this. Great. Okay, so now we don't mess around with this bit too much, because it looks like it's purely a way down from above until we have some mechanism for which to get up there. I guess we can drop below. No, I guess not. But there's something that allows you to get below this room eventually. So let's hold that thought and head down. Oh, good thing we got a bit of warning there from that cry of death. Open the shortcut passage. And that continues left. Now, I did want to see the top left first, though. So we don't forget about that area. But we can push in here just to see what this is. This looks like a fairly prominent room of some sort. Almost too prominent, I think. Like, it's clearly something very significant. It looks like it might be another shrine, in fact, which would give you a bench, in theory. But I do want to proceed to the top left area first. Let's make sure we heal up through here first. Yeah, these ones are easy. Dunked it a little far down, actually. We picked up a good number of rosaries at this point that have remained unspent. Anyway, let's go back up since we've opened up all these relevant passages without having to respawn anything from a bench. And okay, top left we go. Let's see what it's all about. Oh, hey, it's the fellow we broke from prison. Or did he escape himself this time? I don't remember if we actually rescued him this time because we... No, because he was already out. He saw me in prison and he was gloating. Okay, we better heal up first. But maybe that opens up some kind of passage for us or some other interaction with him that we want eventually. Oh. Okay, talk to me. What do you got? Well, well, see what happens to nasty bullybugs when they come after poor old Grindle. That's a well-deserved end, we reckon. I guess what happens to them is that Grindle sits around until I come to the rescue. We heard this old citadel was nice and quiet and bursting with goodies, so what's happened, eh? Why is it crawling with bullies and busybodies? The creature that haunts this place is stirring, little thief. The citadel's cats now roam the halls. You would do well to leave soon if you mean to survive. What? You being mirthful? We stay in here till we're done pilfering. You should be the one leaving or you're so afeared. Wonder if he makes it through this game. Boy, you've been creeping around this dusty old place for a while then, eh? You must be carrying a lot of goodies with you. Let a poor old snitchfly have a quick look. Can we buy from him? I guess we can just slap him. Oh, what a rotten turn. Keep your nasty junk to yourself, then. Okay. But then, I mean, I guess the thing is that if you meet him, then I guess what you're doing is progressing his quest. If that's how the NPCs work in this game, where you talk to them and you can find them in another node. Who knows? Maybe it's just here for the flavor. Okay, in that case, let's go back to where we were. Central column, top left side perhaps. That seems rather prominent if we can make it there. Oh, except we can't make it there because that would require us to go through... Well, yes, we can. Okay, let's do it then. Oh, whoops. I was about to say, who needs timed platforms when you've got an infinite wall jump, but... gonna get whacked by this guy. Okay, that works. A little bit low in health though, and silk. So we can tap some off this guy without dying. Well, we died. Okay. That's okay. Not too hard to get back up. And yeah, we will eventually want to get back to the part with the white key that we covered earlier, since we totally forgot we did that. Hang on. We lost about 600 rosaries here. Let's not take unnecessary risks. We can avoid it. Hang on. Yeah, in that case, the way to not take unnecessary risk would be, in fact, to go down to the lower bench. And take that one while we can. It's the easiest healing spot. I don't want to use my cocoon retrieval items just yet. I think we can do without it if we're careful. It's not a very long run. We just need to not have too many mishaps. There we go. Bust him down. Yeah, we did sit on a very considerable bank of rosaries just now, so let's not forget about that. We'll eventually have to do a bit of a shopping circuit throughout this map. Just to hit all the existing vendors and spend on everything just to dump currency and at least account for everything that is purchasable. Including the map pins that we never use, perhaps. Yeah. So straight up this column, since we did unlock the central passage. Oops. There we go. Much better. Yeah, up the column, and then we missed a ground pound here. Oh, no, let's be careful. Not far from the cocoon, but things can happen, and happen badly if we're not careful. Heal, just to be safe. There we go. Even got some silk off of this, which we shall take. Sure, we'll just dunk it and see about that cocoon, which is up here. A lot of the aerial combat in this game does remind me of the Colosseum in the first game, and that you would have so many situations there where ground was just not valid to stand on. I think that's what it is most reminiscent of. Oh, nope. Want to get up to the cocoon, of course, before anything happens. Which means we will heal if necessary. Good. We should have healed first since we're getting silk. But that does it. This looks ominous. You know what? yeah, we can heal because then we can't, whoa, use our power to get more silk. No, except it was broken. We didn't actually complete the bind. But we can get more silk this way. We'll complete the heal after this. Should have actually done this first so we could replenish silk. Paxman, you were saying this one specific guy is so annoying. Oh, one of the flyers earlier, you mean? On the last column? The one lobbing bells at you, or whatever they were. Okay, so there's something to the left that's not marked on the map. Since it's not marked on the map, clearly we should see it first. This looks like another one of those grapple points. But we will take the bench and see what's on the map. The fact that we have grapple points here tells me that maybe getting the harpoon or whatever it is not too far off. But then we've seen a couple of those points all over the place. So we should traverse the next room over and see what's obtainable over there. I mean, I'm sure grapple's going to be behind something quite major, so maybe even past the cogswork dancers themselves. But yeah, since we have the bench, let's continue here and see what we can obtain in this location. Oh, not getting enough height off of that. Can't really get enough of a dash, though, to do a dash jump in that location. Oh, he's thieving again, I see. We'll check that chest in just a moment. Let's, in a moment, try to not die to this one first. There we go. And that's just more treasure. Which we'll gladly take. Yeah, okay, so that's going to be some kind of grapple gate on the left side, or yeah, on the left side of this room. Let's hit the bench again anyway. And yeah, so Paxman, you were talking about the bell thrower in that one specific spot on the climb earlier. Yeah. Probably the most annoying single small enemy that I've seen in this game so far, and I'm sure that this sentiment has been felt by many, I think, though, is the run back on the blasted steps right past the save point on the way up. The first one who does the, what is it, the conchfly, the red conchfly who does the diagonal shell throw at you. That one caused so much trouble. Just untold amounts of trouble. There have been a few specific ones here and there like that, but that comes to mind as a particularly memorable regular part of the army. Look at that. Garmon and Sasa have been making it pretty far. Maybe we can eventually just get him up to a boss or something. We better heal up, though. Let Garmon do the work. Wonder how much of a sequence you see if you don't ask him for assistance with more wing. Let's talk to him. Oh, he's gone. Oh, no, here it is. And same dialogue as before. So he'll just occasionally show up in the halls and charge around a bit. Paxman, the last judge killed you. As they died. Yeah, that's exactly what happened to me on my first kill yesterday as well. I actually noticed right before the explosion happened that it was an explosion. I started walking out, but I did it too slowly and too late. And so I totally got caught. But luckily, the second successful attempt was not too long after that. But I absolutely lost to the last judge in the same way. Oh yeah, we hit the bench. Now we have to deal with all this again. Including the silk stealing thing here. No, let's just go through. So it was actually not advantageous at all to go to the bench and replenish. Far from it, we lost our advantage of having Paramon and Zaza on our side. Now we're close to the bench, so I'm not too fussed about this, but I'm thinking that we should see that central room that it was just about to pop into. The one with all the markings on it. Which looks like a very significant location. Once we've seen that, then instead of proceeding up, I do want to go down below to where we open up the lift with the white key. Because I feel like that's actually interesting. Oh. Hang on. Let's be really careful here. And let's try to get to a bench without running into too many things. I ran into too many things. Look at that. We're far from a bench too. Okay, now let's be careful because we lost tons and tons of rosaries. So let's not take too much damage on our way back. Okay. Skip the bell thrower. You just go all the way down this column, but maybe to a more reasonable location. Oh, there's the cocoon off to the side. That's fine. We'll take it. I said we'll take it before we take a death right here. Okay, so I got a lot of income back. We should actually beat up those rosaries or spend them soon. In fact, I think a shopping trip might be justified at this point. Just to buy things up and spend them, since we've got lots in reserve for things like maps. In that case... Oh, it's too bad the Ventrica system is so far from our current location. Maybe we can open one up close by. Actually, let's go up the left side, because if it's going to match what's happened in the top right, there should be a Ventrica point over there. So let's hit this bench first, just to avoid complications. And by complications, I mean all these enemies are going to get in my way. Yeah, we actually should go up because maybe there is a Ventrica point. But even so, though, if I go to that one, it's going to be lengthy to wrap back around. So I'm just thinking maybe we should just go down. We can find a Ventrica point that's in whatever is below the lift as well. That would also be helpful, so. It's funny how the pilgrims fall to their death. You're saying it's funny how the pilgrims fall to their death. I guess so. I mean, usually we aren't washing them anymore at that point when they've fallen that far. Now, no map in this zone yet, but if we can grab one, that'd be great. We're close to the nearest bench. Whiteboard, here it is. Whiteboard is its own zone. It looks like it's not just part of the citadel then. Some of this looks potentially significant. It would be nice to have a map. This looks like it is supposed to be like a hospital or laboratory. Look at this one in the background just sitting slumped over in a chair. You know what this reminds me of, actually? I think this is an interrogation center. It's like information retrieval in the film Brazil, if you're familiar with it. Almost. Not quite as cavernous, but, you know, similar kind of principle where they've got the interrogation chair on its own. Let's see what this is. An ornate lock mechanism with a keyhole at the center. We don't have the key. So maybe we can't proceed too much further here, but we can explore. I'd like to get a map at least. Watch where we're standing. Nothing through here, but maybe that gate can be broken from the other side. This... Oh, interesting that you can push it. So maybe we do need to push it even further somehow. Well, I can't really reach it further from here. I don't think any weapons will penetrate the gate, so... Any projectiles. These ones are always a potential nuisance if we're not careful. Luckily, they're not careful either. This goes down. Well, clearly something's going to happen here. Interrogation chamber with this vehicle. That opens up. But then what do we open up to the left here? I feel like we picked this up, something's going to happen from the tent. And whoever's here is not going to like being robbed. But maybe we can send this forward. Ah, we'll just take it. Oh, commandment. Interesting. Oh, yes, it's just one of those orders. Yeah. So whoever that was didn't like that. Do we want to go back and try to... Oh. Okay, that hits hard, but we hit pretty hard as well. Just wanted to get over here and see what this is. Dreg Husk. And Paxman, you're seeing some Grindel behavior. I mean, yeah, we learned our lessons well. Not everybody can be Garmon and Zaza. Remains of a citadel bug possessed by silk dregs. The husk will lash out wildly with the many sharp pins caught inside its thread. Huh. The silk has a mind of its own. We knew that. Okay. This goes even further. Interesting. And then it connects this way. Let's see what's up. Up seems to call a lift. Or is just this the lift that we called originally and it's not? Yes, it is. So we're actually going through the shaft for the lift that we called initially, which might be interesting here because it means that we can hit this bench, but then drop below to see what we can hit off the side. Having completed a passage. Now this opens up. What do we get? Another cocoon retrieval item off one of these. It looks like that's what this is. Silk Eater, yeah, exactly as expected. Haven't used one yet, but given how many rosaries we're sitting on now, I expect we want to use one soon. Okay, so still no map here. What's down below? Can't possibly be dangerous to just keep dropping down. Machine displaying model of Citadel. Yes, we are buying. Let's see the part of the map that we have here. Whiteboard. And so, yeah, it is still considered part of the Citadel. We've also connected it to the left. If we go to the right, I'm kind of expecting some kind of significant encounter. But we'll see. There's also a bit of a drop down to the left that we haven't looked at here. In the other room. No, I mean, I guess maybe this is all there is to it. Let's see. Yeah, because we drop down this location and we go over here. And we bought the map. What is this? Okay, so that one is lunging wildly. Didn't they ever learn not to run with scissors? I mean, I guess the ones with the gardening shears in Greymoor didn't learn that either. Oh, that's threatening. Very threatening behavior. Let's tap it so we can get a heal. Oh, no. We got hit first. But does the lift say down? Okay, it does. So luckily, we can just go back down and retrieve that, now that we have a map. And then we'll just try to get a kill by running around. Really not that hard. Oh, except we don't want to mind our height here. When the charge happens, you can go nice and high. There we go. Busted. Who is this guy anyway? Mortician. Altered servant of the Citadel's White Ward, responsible for the cremation of husks and recycling of silk from their shells. So, oh, okay, so that's how everything gets harvested around here. The cycle of silk and death. So, similar principle for this one, right? I'm sure we'll eventually get combat rooms where we need to fight them in combination with each other and much else besides. Come on, I dare you. Oh, we better heal. Oh, wow, it goes all the way there. I thought he'd stop after part of the run. That was not true. There we go. Busted. This looks like an exit of sorts. We better take a look at what this is first before we do too much down there. We should actually push through. This drops way down below. I think we can take him out first. That'll build some silk and we can get a heal. Where did it go? That's concerning. Okay, no, this is just dead end here for the moment. Is there anything else we needed to see back here? Well, let's see. Maybe there's a gate we can open that is a return path or shortcut, or even better, something to collect. Injector band. Increases the speed of binding. I like that. We might actually use that in conjunction with multibinder. And yeah, we might not have as much of the silk regeneration, but at least the heals would be easier to pull off. We might try that later just to see, because then we don't have to be quite as timing sensitive with how the heals are going. Yeah, can't step on that unless we have some magma protection. This is breakable? Not really. I see things spinning down there. Looks like this might drop down to the underwork zone that was gated off from us earlier, so this could be interesting. And indeed, no, we're still in White Ward. Just in some new rooms that have not yet been mapped. Hang on. Let's get back over here until we have a chance to tap for some silk. Oh, nope. Okay. Stood too close to the ceiling there. I was about to escape from there and get a heal, but... Okay, that's pretty deep in. That's quite far. But we can do it. As long as we're careful. Otherwise, that's about 800 rosaries gone. Oh, just be careful. We will not get too low, otherwise we will spin one of the Silk Eaters too. Get ourselves back in position. We'll just skip these morticians if they come out. Skip them. For the moment. And just drop back down. Wonder if there's something on the left there. We didn't really have a chance to check. Priority at the moment is just the cocoon. Okay. Oh, come on. Leave it out if we can. We're gonna wander back. Can't really see it. We better heal. We have silk for heals, if need be. Oh. There we go. Is that the first one we took? Giant Drapemite. Size metal to Citadel. Looked in an old curtain well. It's curtains for him. Okay, this is... Well, a one-way gate, but I wonder if it's the same one that we saw from below earlier. Let's take a look at the map to see how it connects. No, this is a new area entirely, so we just need to drop through carefully and not hit the sides on the way down. Interesting. Looks kind of like the fourth core spot. Except this one is chained and punished. Okay, so we're quite a ways off. We'll just take the side passage. Half expecting that to just wake up and drop. Look at this huge thing here. I mean, surely... Oh, I see, because you have to harpoon this to tug it, I guess, once we eventually pick up relevant item. Surely this is something. Look at this orb back here, too, just glowing. Nothing, but, you know, didn't think it was anything. Yeah, no, you clearly just had to pull the chain, and when you pull the chain, things happen. Unless it's just pulling my chain. Well, obviously we can find a bench at some point. That would be great, because then we can map things at least. But you do see a lot of these grapple points all over the place, and that tells me that's going to be highly relevant to the zone at a later point when we actually have the item. One thing that I've found really kind of striking about this game is, compared to Hollow Knight, and indeed most things in the Metroid format, maybe it's just a pace that we're playing through this, but it seems like there's actually relatively little in the way of traversal progression in terms of powers that allow you to reach new places. There actually haven't been that many, or at least they've been very, very spread out. We haven't had an upgrade to our ability to move around in quite some time, so to speak. Also, we're nowhere near the last bench that we saw. We better get our act together with this. It would be nice to find a bench. This is seemingly a gate that you have to bust from the other side. Yeah, this looks like it's definitely unlocked the other way. Yeah, it looks like that's going to be a lot of grapple traversal to the left that we just can't do yet. Over to the top left. I feel like given the size of this room that we should actually check the other side first in case there is a bench nearby. This is another massive spot by the looks of it. Oh, do we get a map? Or is this just somebody else talking? I wonder if we can listen to them. No dialogue yet. However, this is all very ominous. But we will get a bench and we will fill in the map over here. Which is great because we can see how it connects to all these different areas. So we don't know what the grapple area will be, but it doesn't look like it points towards an exit on the map. Might just be for another item that we obtained there later. It would be nice if we can somehow open a gate that from this side connects to the left and allows us to use the Ventrica passage. That's something we should check for. Okay, that gives you something to ride. We'll do that. haven't actually used updrafts in a long while, actually. We haven't seen them at all lately. Okay, so let's see if we can open something here. Very volatile, those ones. Very fragile, perhaps. Just fragile. But we can find a way to just press switches and open gates. As you can see, there's a whole area that you can go to on the right side as well that we haven't actually been to, but which we could probably approach if we went back to the right side of the map and dropped below. Actually, it might be wise to do that because then we can hit some switches. Nope, it's not from here, it's from below here. Interesting, something to obtain on that side. But that's all walled off from here, so that's going to be from a different path. And look at that, that's absolutely somewhere that maybe gives you a new traversal power. So now we have a sight line to what seems to be a clear objective. This opens... What about this? Great, because now this creates a path that connects to Ventrica Passage, which is excellent. Because... Yeah, because this wasn't available here for me earlier to... It's through now, was it? Now it is. And now we have a way to port around. Which makes me think that since we have access to Belby's transport, again, once we take the Ventrica, maybe we should do that first just to shop as much as possible. Then come back and continue exploring this zone. And Paxman, you said you got to sleep. Good luck. Yeah. Thank you for dropping by, and congratulations once again on 100%. So yeah, maybe the way to approach this, since we have the Ventrica Station conveniently here, is to run around, spend what we can, and then come back to progress through here. Since, you know, we're on a pretty heavy bank at this point, that we should actually spend before we lose it all accidentally. Oh, and we can also go back to Greymoor to cache the quest that we've been sitting on for filling in 100 entries of the menagerie. So let's go back to the Grand Beltway. And we'll come back here and continue this zone for too long. Yeah, because we'll just head here instead and then call the beast. And look at how much we've filled in at this point. Still a couple of nodes that are unaccounted for, of course, at the tail end of several of the lines. But we'll get there. At the moment, let's go to Greymoor first. Okay, let's work our way up. just back to the halfway home, which we haven't been doing in quite some time. We should be able to cash the quest at this point. There we are. And I bet there's a second tier of the quest too for further completion of the book, since there's quite a lot more of the journal that remains. New, I have completed your request recording many creatures of Farloom in the journal. Ooh, ma, look here at the marvelous beasts and bugs, all listed so beautifully. Miss Grown-Up, so many creatures now you have cut and beat and smashed. Their essences linger on you, their scents mixing with your own. Ooh, ma. New must sample it for herself. Hornet has been slapping quite a few characters here. The forbidden taste. New understands, ma. To sup on such a fierce predator's juices would be divine, but it is not right to do so. Such behavior is unfriendly. And it's harassment. News wished to see many fine beasts, though. Miss Grown-Up, you have surely granted it. All of News' thanks goes to you. Because of Farloom, and then what do we get? The Keen Hunter achievement. Miss Grown-Up will continue cutting creatures and adding them to our journal, of course. I will. Knowing a creature's form and habits is an advantage that can decide the outcome of a battle. Recording these details is worth the effort. Oh yes, it's very much worth it. New hopes you will share your new learnings with her often. And take a gift to help with your huntings, Miss Grown-Up. New will add a pocket to your tool pouch, the bringing of many tools on your hunts. Interesting. Oh, okay, that's the third pouch capacity upgrade. And we have more ammunition to work with. Speaking of which, I totally forgot that I wanted to try out the quick heal, the injector. So let's heal that in and see how it goes. Here's my crest. Here's my crest. Yeah, we'll see how impactful it is to do this instead of Weave Light. How fast is it? Let's try it. Well, when we actually have the silk to do it. Yeah, for a drink, traveler. You know what? Let's just buy a drink. Why not? Aha, and it fills silk. Great. Belhart over the moors, a great town I've heard it once was. Heart of the path and all, right smack in the middle of these Midlands. Now it's all a crumble, and a brittle vein of bells is crawling with nasties. Ain't no place left in Farloom that can fairly claim to offer safety. He doesn't know we've fixed it. Okay, so. Where to? Well, we want to perhaps do some vending. I think I've got an idea, which is that previously in Belhart, there was a quest to escort cargo down to the Pilgrim's Rest in the Far Fields. The Pilgrim's Rest in the Far Fields has the shop that is gated by a certain number of rosaries. In fact, here, it's going to be along our path. I think what we will do is we will go to Belhart, we'll pick that up, and we'll do that quest. And when we get to the Far Fields, whether we've succeeded or not, we'll have some cash to spend at the vendor over there. And that'll be one vendor accounted for. Also, when we go to Belhart, we can spend at that vendor. We'll just spend greedily and just buy everything we can at the moment, especially because we also have additional relics to turn in as well for even more income. So, yeah, that will give us plenty to work with. So let's just buy everything at the vendors that we know about and clear the board of things to buy that we know about so far. Might as well scout what his path is like in the meantime, too. Because if we go Belhart to Far Fields, this will be most certainly the route we take. So let's actually check the bottom path to see what it was like again. Top path, we know which kind of enemies we're dealing with. Bottom path, I actually don't remember. Because I think for the cargo quest, you do have to go damageless, right? This area is dark and full of traps, so I feel like that would be a bad idea for the cargo escort. Also, you have to deal with these guys. Yeah, that would be a bad idea, I think. I don't think we'd go this way. Top path it is. We'll just need to avoid a bunch of enemies there. Okay, well, here we go. And we'll see about the cargo quest. The cargo quest list has indicated a few locations that I actually have not discovered yet as well, and so there's, or at least which I don't recognize by name. But anyway, let's buy everything we can. We'll just buy up the shop. Also, nothing on the board. Fancy buying something before something special whisks you away. I mean, the only thing to buy here is the memory locket. Later, if we have lots of excess rosaries, we'll beat them up, but we don't need to pay the premium until we've bought everything we want from various shops. So, let's just purchase the memory locket. We've got plenty that we just have not bothered to plug in yet, but eventually when we bother to once again use crests other than Reaper that we've been relying on the whole game, then we'll plug those in, and regardless, 100% is 100%. Kind of think we should cash relics at this point as well, because we're picking up money. Heavy with the past you are. And let's give them both this time. Yes, this fits my collection well. Look then, look at what I have. So this bone scroll says, so much suffering. Are we truly chosen, or have we sinned unknowing and now are punished for it? This one is the surgeon's orders. The Devout has succumbed during silk suture. Refuses to revive. Sin committed. Permit no rites. Husk marked for cremation. Retrieve dregs. So yeah, there's a process by which the worshippers, the acolytes, are kind of laced with silk. Some of them don't make it through the process, and then they take the husks and then just kind of cycle them through the surgery down there and then harvest silk from that, I guess. There is a particular process that they have here with the pilgrims who have been converted, I guess. Okay, how are we doing for cash currently? We have way too much that we're sitting on, I think. Oh, we never did get a Pinmaster's Oil from the Citadel either. We need to eventually find a passage for that. Yeah, sitting at 742. Let's go down and do the cargo quest for even more cash that we don't actually need yet. So, Pilgrim's Rest, Songclave, Queen's Egg. So we don't know where these ones go, Queen's Egg and Songclave. And because we haven't seen Songclave, so far as I know, we'll go to Pilgrim's Rest. Supplies for the rest stop in the fields. We used to like this delivering when we was young and muchly brave. Okay. Oh, I see. So if you see in the top left, you see that there's a series of 5 bars in a circle around the cargo. I guess that's probably just how many hits you're allowed to take before the cargo collapses. I actually didn't notice that the last time we did a delivery. But I guess that is its durability. In which case, let's just go to Greymore and not bump into too many things along the way, and then drop down into the far fields for that. Really do wonder where those other locations were. But we'll discover that as we proceed, so. We'll just try not to take damage along the way. There will be some enemies along this path. Also, since we accomplished some more of the flea collection, I wonder if the caravan continues or not. Look here, all those lively fleas flock to our caravan. Thanks to you and your hunting, our numbers grow grand. Mayhap in time we could grow to match even those caravans of our fabled past. Now, if they teleport to caravan, I really should not go with them because I'm in the middle of a quest for deliveries. To see so many safe is a welcome sight, Flea Master. Their playful cheer suggests you are a fine steward for this swelling troop. Such kind words, Miss Hornet. How lucky we are to have found a friend so fair. And now we must away. These moors have been our host long enough. It is time to climb and hoist towards drier caves. Good friend of Fleas, would you join us on this next journey? So, if I do, it does drop the delivery quest. But if I don't, then I don't know where they've arrived. We could always go back and retake the delivery quest. I think maybe we will travel with them because I want to see where they are. We'll drop the delivery, but that's okay. The fleas will be overjoyed to share this next journey with our favorite companion. Let us away. Yeah, because it absolutely kills delivery, you would think. And we'll be able to see that in the indicator in the top left, if it disappears. And if the cargo just disappears from the inventory. Another journey complete, and a new high spot for a rest upon the doorstep of that mighty citadel, no less. It is fortunate that all of your companions survived the trek, Flea Master. The howling rise beside and a tangled wood before it have both claimed the lives of countless bugs. Indeed, a perilous ascent. Maybe it was your company that brought us luck, Miss Hornet. It surely put us fleas at ease to have you and your weapon riding close. Ah, and before the road steals you away from us again, allow me to offer you a humble gift. One of the little ones, found a hill artifact while digging about in the sands. A spiny, cold sort of thing. Possibly a spool expansion? Let's see. See no use in it for we fleas, so of course we are all too pleased, eager even to bestow it upon our dear friend. And indeed it is, and so we have more silk. And yeah, we have no cargo anymore, so we have to go down and retrieve it. So, where are we? Last steps at the Grand Gate, as they said. And of course, this one's still running the spa. Dadeshna, dear one, Dadeshna. Have you returned to use Krat's luxurious spa carriage? I've kept it roastily warm for you. No, but we'll probably try it again at some point to see if something eventually happens to verify everybody's suspicions about how untrustworthy he may be. Now, this gate is pretty close to some transport, is it not? We'll just go back to the Blasted Steps transport, I think, and then go back to Bellheart that way. Let's talk some more. Here we shall remain for a time, Miss Hornet, and pray that more lost fleas find a way to us. What others I encounter, I shall send your way, Flea Master. See what else they talk about. The bellowing sandy land was full of much danger. We was almost lost poor Varga to hungry worms as we travel up. Sadly, he is finding a way here after all. Ah, it's only jest. Krishkin and Varga is great friends, just like all fleas as being. Although this one's pretty suspicious. Okay, let's get back down and grab the delivery quest once again. Yeah, not messing with any of that stuff. On the big run back. Only in reverse. back to the same idea as before. Okay, then let's go back up and take that quest. Once again. And be scolded for daring to use fast travel. Losing the precious cargo. Deliverings, they are broken, broke, gone and spilled. Do not lose hearty heart, Miss Courier. This is Farloom. Danger deadly. In times as these is a rare thing for goods to get to their goings. Would you try again, for the bugs so much in need of their deliverings? Yes, we shall. And this time we shall not falter quite so much. Or get distracted by more fleas. We've now cleared Whirlwing's former location. Left it empty once more. Oh, yeah, no, you bump into the wall like that, then it actually has an impact on the durability as well, so we don't want to do that. Also, we can't actually go up this way, can we? We actually do have to take the perilous lower path. No, yes we can. We can just jump up here. Yeah, so no slamming into walls. That's inflicts some harm. Anyway, we can make it across from here. And maybe find a good way to get across without bumping into anyone here. Whoop. So not in perfect condition, but a cargo will still be here in some form. And we just need to cross over to the Farfield's drop, which doesn't look too bad. Can't remember which passage would be easier. Maybe we should take the upper one. Actually, if we go up this side. Then we have a couple of different passageways. Perhaps this one will work a bit better if we want to go towards it. No, that's okay. Let's see what awaits us. We just need to be careful with the platforming. Who's crying out over here? Okay, that luckily did not hit the cargo. That hit the cargo. That's okay, still got some durability left. And we just need to cross over this way. Yeah, no. Oh yeah, we forgot to switch to the downward drill weapon that we picked up earlier. It's not dead yet. Okay, good. And the shards will do the rest. Whoops. Okay, good. Might as well just hit them from afar whenever we can. And that solves a good number of issues. And then we just do the drop down to Farfields gently so we don't slam into too many things on the way down. And then that's the delivery points marked very prominently on the map down below. Very prominently, much more than I thought it would be. We didn't look at the map like that. And oh, oh wow, the cargo is almost completely dead there because of so many points of damage. Let's preserve it to the best of our ability. There's a pretty big drop from here too. So yeah, no more damage due to cargo from here. Is it in this location? It is. So let's just be cautious. And miraculously, I think it did survive, so we do need to pay in to deliver it to Mort now. And we'll also buy everything we can from this shop. Just clear out every vendor that we can see. Do we get paid less for having bumped the supplies so much, or did they technically survive? Let's see. Such service. It seems our prayers do not go completely unheard. Many a small wish will be granted by these supplies. Well, delivering it at all, I think, is completion. For your efforts to take these rosaries as payment, may they not lay too heavy upon your shell. Yeah, you do get a full 180, despite everything. Now let's buy everything we can from him. So, just a weighted belt and memory locket. Got plenty to work with here. Quality humor, welcome. And yeah, so this is anti-knockback. We'll grab this. This is another memory locket that we're not using yet, but we'll grab it as well. And then slowly spin. Okay. Let's see what we can do in this area here, what we can potentially change out. Yes, I was going to change out to the drill just to try it out. And next. Yeah, so for the remainder of today's session, we'll clear out the vendors that we know about, and I think we'll probably not progress too far beyond that, but we'll find out. Next is this one over here in Hunter's March. The one that doesn't speak our language, but which I think had the fractured mask, which is something that gives you health, I believe. And I think it is easiest just to run there from here. And then we have the one down below in Deep Docks. Either that or we start on the Deep Docks side, hit that one through the fast transport, and then work our way back up. That might be quicker. So let's head out. Also, did we ever do a second check on whatever's going through this door? Whoever's here still hasn't busted through. That's obviously some interaction waiting to happen. And we could, earlier, have it sing along, or at least growl along, so we can listen to its sentiment. It's rather desperate to get out, I think. But just clamoring to break through doesn't actually let it do so yet. But eventually, maybe we'll have another Skull Tyrant fight here or something. Okay, in that case, down and through fast transport. That's nice. That drill attack there. Only expended it once too, I think. Oop. Just nukes it. Given how much aerial play we've been doing, I like it. Just need to aim well, so you don't miss completely. Not even that expensive too, I think. when it comes to the shards. Okay, from this point, let's take a look. We want to go to Deep Docks. And hit the vendor over there. And again, I think we should, at this point, probably be able to afford everything non-repeatable from all of the vendors I've met so far. Maybe it'll stock more things later, but... yeah, so to the right and then down. Wonder if we can penetrate armor with this, actually. Oh, okay, don't want to miss. Nope, the helmet does protect it. The helmet is impervious to most things, in fact. Like the shells on some of the hard shell enemies we see later. Or the facing direction, in that case, also matters. Forged Daughter's gotta be over here, right? Yeah, there we go. And the Sting Shard's the last thing here. We do have the one crafting material required for it. I actually forgot that it cost that as well, so good thing we do in fact hold that. And yeah, this is a ground trap perhaps. We'll take it. We'll try it out later, but I do want to mess with a drill a little bit more right now. Very well then, if you require a craft, this forge is always hot. So, yeah, nothing else but shard bundles at this point, so... we will then go up to Hunter's March and see the vendor over there. And... yeah, simple enough, just left and up. Maybe there's a faster travel point over there at some point. Actually, in Hunter's March, I think we rather conspicuously don't have fast travel in there yet. So possibly there was something there that we had not yet uncovered. But... okay. Up a level and then up. And then through here. And once we've spent down our currency, any surplus, if there is surplus, we'll... oh, hang on. First of all, let's acknowledge a raid from the gaming sage. Oh, nope, hang on, I don't want to raid you. Cancel. That's not a shout out. I'm trying to shout out, not raid you. Nearly a critical mistake there. Anyway, I know it's part of your regular Ace Attorney program over there. I hope that's been going well. I was just about to say something about that traversal through map. Totally lost my place in my sentence. Not your fault. I already lost my place before you came in. Oh yeah, we were going to practice with a landmines at some point. Whoa, there's a lot of enemies all of a sudden. Let's heal up before we lose everything. That's just going to drop down into the fire. Works for me. So you just finished episode 3 of the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles, I see. It's such a big series, I can't keep all of the entries straight, but I'm glad you're so exhaustive about it. So, it's always useful to have a series expert around to tell us all about it. Whoops. Now, the nice thing about the controls for mapping the drill to down is that normally for the auxiliary weapons, I've actually been reaching for the D-pad, the directional buttons on the Joy-Cons rather, to have more precision when firing them. But because with the drill, you're kind of generally pointing down when you want to attack that way anyway, we should try controlling it with stick. Anyway, which exit to the Hunter's March are we looking for? Right or left? It does not matter. Yeah, so you're saying episode 3 of the second game is what you're on. We better heal. Yeah, we have a pretty productive session over here. Covered a great deal of the map today, in fact. And there's a lot more to come. You're saying it was a wild time, but you had fun and didn't struggle too much, yeah. I mean, as with any series, you know, the more you play it, I would assume the better you are at all of the other entries. If it's anything like how most game series work now that you've learned the conventions. Oh, this guy's dead. Since when? But you got a fractured mask. Huh, interesting that you can't just buy it off of him and that he didn't survive to sell it to you. I was totally prepared to purchase it from him instead. Old Bug's skull carved for protection. Well, I mean, I guess he was selling it rather than wearing it, so much for protection. Shields against critical damage, but shatters on impact. If shattered, the mask will be repaired while resting at a bench. So it's a temporary +1 until the next bench, which I expected. And oh, shields against critical damage. So it's not an extra mask. It is a death protection. So much under blue, though. So many protective items that we all have under blue. Which, accordingly, unless we have a major burst damage issue with the boss at some point, I don't think we'll take it. Yeah, poor fellow here. Didn't speak the language and left to die alone. Wonder what triggers that story-wise. Maybe it's the act break or something. Means that we don't even have to spend our money. Okay, let me look around to see which other vendors we're still not accounting for. I think that's everything, actually, in terms of who we wanted to buy it from, which means that for the rest, with the 555 we have, we should actually buy up strings of rosaries just for preservation's sake, and I'll be happy to pay the premium for that in Bellheart, where we can convert 140 to 120. We also never followed up on one of the other rooms here. So yeah, being in Act 2, maybe some things in the world state have changed. Don't know what the triggers are, but we'll see. So yeah, the gaming stage, we're asking how's Silksong treating me. It's treating me wonderfully. We did have a 3-hour stretch against a particular boss last time. And the thing is, on paper, it's not even that hard. It just had a lot of things that could go wrong. And there was someone hiding here at the beginning of the game. I don't know if there's anything else we can actually do here. I did try playing music here, I think. So yeah, we had a 3-hour boss last time. Also because I had to redo it, because after killing it the first time, it killed me simultaneously, and So we did have to go back and fight it again. So a lot of mishaps, somewhat perilous run back to it as well from the save point if you weren't careful, and so lots of things just fell apart for a while. But today's stream has been smooth. We haven't really done any really major encounters yet, I think, but today's session has been relatively straightforward. Now, I know that we're probably missing something here in the Hunter's March. I really feel like there's some kind of station or something else that we're missing as a connection point. And I was kind of suspecting that it was to the left of the vendor, but we never found that. Let's check this bench again. Did we ever really... You see, this is new. Or, no, this was how you unlocked the trap around the bench. That's not new. We saw that at the beginning. Yeah, the gaming stage, I don't know if you've had a chance to play through all of this yet. You're saying the fights are wild. Yeah, that's the most challenging one we had yet. Prior to that, many days ago, we had another boss that took about 2 hours. One enemy ensemble fight that took about 2 hours, I think. The vendor got killed by the ants in the top left area. Oh, is that what happened? Okay, I didn't know. But then I killed them first, didn't I? Or... Well, maybe. Let's take a look over here. Because I took out everything here, right? Oh, and there's more currency we didn't actually need. Interesting that respawned after we looted this place previously. There's excited. You're saying they had the curved claw after the fight. I'm not exactly sure I follow because I bought the curved claw prior to doing this fight, I think. Prior to completing it. So, yeah, I don't know. Maybe, yeah, that's an alternate sequence to get things for free that I was not aware of. In your playthrough, that place had the curved claw after he was dead. Oh, okay, because then I guess they dropped it there instead. So, yeah. The one thing I didn't buy off of him earlier was the fractured mask, so that's just what he dropped in the original location. Yes, he didn't make it to the bench to repair the fractured mask. Okay, so I think that does it for vendors. We'll, like I said, go back to Belheart 2 strings and rosaries. We have 500 something, right? Or actually, much more than that now. So in multiples 140, what are we dealing with here? It would be... 4 of them would be 640, 780. Yeah, we might as well just pay the premium too. Stash as much as we can. I don't know if eventually we'll have a vendor that can do heavy rosaries, but essentially we want to stack them in case we get into more situations where we have to unlock maps and benches and other things like that. So let's get back to some fast travel. We're actually a long ways off from anything. It really feels like I'm missing a station in the Hunter's March. Maybe we should check the right of the beast area. I don't know if I ever actually poked into that. It's very suspicious that we don't have any kind of station here. Oh. Same one that caught me again and again back when we were actually doing this fight. Okay. Okay, we're... Oh yeah, I guess he's wearing a helmet. The drill wasn't going to be too effective here. Environmental damage, however, is very effective. And And yeah, thank you for lurking, Gaming Sage. You need to do some things to prep for bed. Please do after a productive stream on your end. We're not going to be around too much longer, but thank you so much for the raid regardless. Yeah, we looted something off this guy much longer ago. The beast section is here, but was there something that we never poked at over here, perhaps? No. Yeah, I do find it suspicious that we don't have any kind of fast travel in this zone. Maybe there was something here? No. Because looking at the network map for the Bell Beast, it felt like there was a node that curved up towards here as well. To the Hunter's March. But of course, there's still a lot of mapping we need to do generally. So, in that case... Actually, I want to check one thing, which is... You got deep docks over there, you got a point that's fairly far away in the Marrow. What if in the initial entry room there's something around the top left that we never reached? We should actually do a run through Hunter's March just to see if there's anything else we want to uncover. I mean, we haven't been here very much since the early game, so there probably is more to see that we haven't accounted for. This was seen. This was just more rosaries, I think, originally. Or something else that we picked up. There is something up above. Oh, is that a flea? Then how do we reach it? I think we need to reach it by taking a jumping enemy, actually. Okay, maybe we need to get rid of this first. Given that I do want to heal up. Maybe it's reachable from the other side? Yeah, it has to be the other side then. Wonder why we never did this one here. Actually, if you float from up above... Let's not miss everything though. And grab some silk. I see, because maybe the last time we were here we had not obtained the ability to float here yet. Actually, no, that's not even a flea, that's just another glowing for replenishments. Oh. We'd better heal up. Yeah, no, we've definitely been up here before. Are we not hitting this one very well? I guess he's got his skull armor going on. That we were just bumping into repeatedly. Yeah, we'll just make it through here and see if we missed anything that we couldn't have previously traversed. We'll just skip some fights. Oh, good thing we got a heal right there. It is much quicker now, actually. I mean, we're not getting as much silk replenishment due to what we changed out, but... Whoop. Now, there is an upper area here that maybe we didn't look at properly before. Because have we actually been up to this corner? I'm not convinced we have, but... Oh, maybe we have. There's nothing to pick up here anymore, so... We haven't been here in so long, I just don't remember. Okay, maybe there's nothing that we haven't seen already, but let's check this side. Yeah, we've been all over this place. But anyway, the objective is to get back to Belhart. You see, there's something in the top right over there that we clearly have not traversed to before, I think. Maybe we never came back here when we learned about traversing with downward strike. Oh no, we've been here. Whatever this was, we've got it. I'm looking everywhere though. I do find it suspicious that we haven't opened up more passages around here. Nope, this was just more to poke. This was the entry area. And... okay, so the continuation of Belhart is just directly above here. If we want to go through the lower levels, we can do that. I still feel like there are probably other entrances that we just never unlocked around here, though. But anyway, Belhart should be the priority, and we'll go back there and we'll see how much time we have to continue elsewhere past that. And yeah, let's see. We'll proceed. And try not to get poked by too much along the way. Oh, let's say that just as we got whacked by that guy on the way down. We've been here so many times, surely I can find my way out. You would think. So we're gonna fast travel here. What else do we want to do here? Oh yes, that's right. Bind up the rosaries in as many necklaces as we can afford. Just for security's sake. I'm sure we can just do this repeatedly, so let's just do it. Because I don't think, out of any of the vendors we've seen, that there is actually anything else for me to buy at this point, so... until we have seen otherwise, then... let's bind everything up for maps and benches. Oh, look at that. Just over the line. To have this be almost completely optimized. Great. So now, I have to pay a good bit of premium for that, but that's okay. Better than losing these like crazy. And again, in the Citadel, it's so easy to get that much back. Just by running around, that's not too much of a concern. Alright, at this point, the thing we were in the middle of doing earlier was to continue in the Underworks. Easy to get there, we just go back to the Grand Bellway and import back. Still one unfinished item of business to complete the map of Bilewater whenever we find where Chakra is encamped there. That's something that's still unfinished and which will need addressing at some point. But I think progressing through the Underworks is the best bet right now, so let's go back there. We're late enough in the stream that I will probably not do a big grind through a boss today if we encounter one and start one from scratch, but we'll uncover more map and see how we do from there. And what do we say? Grand Bellway. Bellway being its own station kind of implies to me that we'll have other stations in the Citadel as well. Fully expect that to be the case. Yeah, but of course, you only really need this station as the exchange with Ventrica tube system. Notably, only one Ventrica station is marked for the Underworks. One of them covering this whole zone. Zone within a zone. We've been down. We don't want to go there. We want to go right, and then from there we can loop as necessary. So yeah, this area is enclosed for the time being. Eventually we'll want to find a way over here. But for now we go up, hit the bench, and continue. Now notably, it looks like this would grab these shards, but nothing else. Nothing else, I guess. Oh yes, this is where we came from previously. We want to do the central column to the left first, though. Since we've been scouting more of it already. Oh, no, not this way. We need to go up above. And wrap around. Wait, but how do we do that? Oh, yes, up here. And how would we do that? We had an exit, didn't we? Yes, this way. Yeah, those are all made of clockwork. Those are mechanical drone bugs. Whoa, that was a big explosion. Let's not run into them directly. That's the risk with them, actually. Don't want to run into them without knowing what you're doing. Oh, nope. Trying to hit him this way. passage over there to eventually look into as well. Let's just see what we can do. There's silk on that side. We can grab that and take out that enemy. And since we have silk, let's heal up while we still can. And that's when carrying explosive. We should try to see if we can connect these passages first. And blow everything up over here. Oh, that hits hard, but we have a flea. Is this passage down below breakable? It is not. Better get out of here before we get blown up some more. Now, there will be something to the right. And we'll see if we can do that without hitting too much magma along the way. Since we didn't put on the magma defense charm. Okay, that's fine. Not enough for a heal yet on my end, though. That's fine. That also is still remarkably safe. And then from this passage, we can connect to whatever's up above. Now we're quite a ways off from the bench, so let's be cautious until we've built enough silk to heal. Looks like it does connect to the other side, though. Oh, nope, that was dangerous. And a big mistake. However, we'll have silk for the heals here. And we can connect this passage. Just want to see what it is. Here, do we get to re-enter this? I guess we'll find out in a moment. Let's check below first. Just in case this is something interesting. Or is this where we came in? Let's check. No, this is where we came in from down below. Okay, yeah. So let's do it one tier at a time. Environmental damage for the wind, apparently. Gaming Sage, welcome back. Just take it up from a distance. Just moving back quickly. Oh, that was a bad idea. Very poorly calculated. Okay, what is this? This is interesting. We don't have enough built to deal with this guy right now. However... Nope, got caught. Bad timing there. That's okay. Long run back, but we'll make it. Really long run back. Not really. We have some other passages that will get us there at this point. We just need to run around and jump through them, perhaps. No, actually, that is a long passage because we hadn't completed the relevant gates to back there. So let's go back there and let's collect whatever that was that dropped. Yeah, we do need to wrap all the way around. Yeah, if we had maybe connected one of those other passages. Up to the eastern or rightmost side, then maybe we could have made something of that, but instead we'll have the long run. Now we're not losing much in terms of rosaries. We probably should have changed the magma charm though. Oh well, that's okay. Insight. Just grab some silk where we can. Yeah, just need to back out of the explosions when they happen. And then we'll just do the same passage all the way across. The platforming's not too tricky, so just a whole lot of timing where we try not to take damage like that. That would be deeply silly if we made such easily avoidable mistakes. Nope, that was an easily avoidable mistake. Let's do this again and oh, here we go. Deflected. Right on time. Oh, hang on, just got pushed. That was really unfortunate. This is going to be really risky now, though. Nope. Okay, so we didn't actually make it back. That's fine. Like I said, not really much of a loss. We bound up almost all of our rosaries anyway, so very low risk. Which means we should try to drop down the other passage and maybe see if we can connect it. If we drop down the right side first. Might as well try it since we're not really risking much at this point. This might go somewhere completely different. But it doesn't... Oh, it actually gets you one of these. Gladly. Doesn't connect us to where we need to go, but I'm glad we checked it. Have to get back out safely, of course. This looks like a passage that... Oh yeah, no, that was just on the way down. So yeah, let's just get back to the bench then, and before we proceed out the top right side, let's do the entire loop back to whatever it was we were trying to collect earlier. We still need to work our way up to this one eventually, but we'll get there. That's pretty close to the other passage that we were going through. If we'd just gone up a rung beyond that. Oh, no, not here. Again, we probably will not stay long enough to do a major boss grind or anything today, we hit one, make a fair attempt or two, and be content with it from there, and then, yeah, we'll try to do as much of this sequence as we can, though. Yeah, 2 swats like that does get it well out of the way. Environmental damage does the rest. See what was so tricky about all that when we last did it here. Whoop. Well, being bombed on all sides certainly doesn't help, especially if you land on a segment like that. But, well, okay, look at that. We should have healed. Gaming stage, do we have some lore on Hornet? Not that much beyond what we already knew from last time. Not that much new material, I would say, so far, but it's clearly coming. This is more about Hornet discovering everything else than it is about us discovering Hornet. But there was quite a lot about Hornet in the first game if you were paying attention to how she fit into the story. And that is thoroughly alluded to in this game as well, in terms of her own background. Oh, we really need to switch to that magma badge if we're doing this zone. Well, I just totally forgot every time. We're not even going to make it back this time, are we? Good. Maybe we should attempt a cocoon properly if we're going there. Rather perilous locations all around here. Whoop, that was a mistake. A recoverable one. Okay, let's heal up before we get into the big fight on the left side. We know that with the big guys, 2 hits from the red storm plus... Oop. Okay. Maybe a tap beyond that is enough to take it out. So we did uncover this. Oh, that's just more craft metal that we don't have a way to use yet because I thought we had run the Forged Daughter out of what she could make with it. So I guess we don't have to fight him a second time then, when we died at once. Okay, let's go to the next tier and collect whatever was there. Yeah, maybe more opens up at the Forged Daughter as you collect more metal. Quality humor, now that I've played Silksong for over an hour, close to 40 hours in fact to be absolutely precise, but I guess you're technically correct. Which game is better? Not going to make that judgment yet, I don't think. They are games with a very different character. I think this one's had been, in some ways, much more combat focused. And of course, Hollow Knight, not to say that it wasn't combat focused, but one of the things I remarked on earlier in this stream was that, contrary to a lot of games that were in the Metroid style, there is even less, it seems, that is kind of gated by movement abilities than in the first game, at least from what we've seen so far. There are a few spots where we are clearly waiting on some kind of item progression. But there's not that much exploration that is hard-locked behind your movement because there are lots of alternatives that abound. First game kind of had that flexibility as well once you really got into it, I guess, in terms of what you could skip. But yeah, look at all these grapple points here. I feel like getting the grapple is something that's going to happen relatively soon. Maybe not in this section, but it's so clearly implied that you need it for all sorts of things. Actually, maybe we get it here. I was just talking about how there's not much that's gated behind item progression, but one of the things we have been waiting on is the grapple or perhaps the harpoon if the control scheme layout is to be believed. And right as I was talking about it, it seems we finally found where it is. Because that opens up a ton of stuff that we had been waiting on. So, let's see it. Daughter of a distant land, we who remained have waited long. Bind our strength to yours, reclaim the future of our haunted kingdom. Because I think we finally, after a long, long time, have a new traversal power. Claw line. Fling the needle as a harpoon and launch forcefully towards it. Yeah, so it is. It's very much a grapple, but like a retractor grapple rather than a swing grapple. It is on the Silk budget. Silk will be expended. Strike enemies to replenish Silk. It's interesting that it is on the Silk budget. I wonder if you can pull enemies or pull yourself towards enemies with it. Now, muscle memory is going to take a little while to work out, I think, because in Prince of Persia, this was on R. And I don't remember what it was in Metroid Dread, but I think it was something similar. But yeah, you can actually cling indefinitely, which is interesting. As far as grapple points go, you don't have to swing through them. You're not forced under any kind of time pressure. And yeah, this has been signaled very, very heavily throughout the game, even despite our knowing about it from reading the control scheme as well. Oh, interesting, that you can kind of pull forward in midair with it. Okay, no grapple point here, but you can grapple towards walls. So it does serve a little bit of the function that we had in the first game with the dash off the wall that the knight had. The infinite dash off the wall that you get in the Crystal Caverns, whatever that was called. Escapes me at the moment. Can you hit anything while you're grappling? No, because you're grappling, so you can't just use the boomerang while you're doing it, can you? Oh. Oh, okay. You're calling it a boomerang, I mean the curved claw, of course. Yeah, interesting that you can seemingly grab things like the background railings, too. Well, this is just a tutorial zone for this sort of thing. I guess the implication is that you can grapple the enemy. But it does pull you forward quite a bit even when you're whiffing nowhere in particular. Yeah, if you're pushing forward, it just grapples you in the midair and you've got huge forward movement. However, we're running out of Silk. We kind of need Silk to do this. So let's see how this is going to go. I guess in this zone, this gives you a minimum of Silk to work with to replenish just a tiny bit. Oh, right, because I guess that's what the Silk heart does. It just gives you the tiny sliver, maybe. We never even noticed it up to this point because, you know, when was the tiny bit of Silk you get ever consequential? Yeah. Let's not lose here. That would be quite terrible, but I'm sure, yeah, because you would just respawn at the point where you got the new traversal item. That's how it usually works here. Nope, failed to strike against it, so yeah, we will in fact see that in action. Right here. Oh, oops. Oh yeah, we had to wait for the silk to come back first. We didn't have enough. So tiny bit spins back. So at any point, you do have enough for one grapple, just not necessarily consecutive ones. We're going to take the death again, aren't we? But we are not losing any significant number of rosaries I need at this point, so we'll just take it as so. But we do need to wait for the cooldown since we're so low on silk. There we go. Just need to get above these. Yeah, we got a lot of silk back. It's cool you can grapple background objects. It's not even background objects, actually. You're just grappling in midair and when you're doing a directional thrust. So it is a forward thrust that you can get off of that covers a great deal of distance as long as you have silk for it. Previously, when I whiffed it was because it was out of silk. So... But you can imagine that as the background art if you like. Maybe we needed that as a grapple point. That's okay. Yeah, that's why it respawns. Oh. Guess we're going back up. Yeah, we need to wait for the silk to respawn. And you can just grapple in midair. Whoops. Or you can take a dive like that. Wait for the respawn. Missed. Well, that's why there's a tutorial room. Good thing we're not on Steel Soul. But if you hit the enemies, you get some silk back, right? So that... If you get the cocoon, of course, you get a good amount as well. I can totally see why grapple is on ZL in this game, though, by default, because very often you're doing so much with your right hand with B and ZR for the air dash movement towards relevant points. You don't want to mess with that too much. And then, the nice thing is that you can use the floats in conjunction with it to position. That seems to be the whole trick. As long as we don't get totally wrecked by this guy first. There we go. Okay, what is this? Shard bundle, that's not important at all. But we can get out the top right of this room, and that's what the tutorial is for. And just pull forward like that. Now, it looks like this is going to open a gate for us. Does the gate stay open once we let go? Oh, it's a fight, okay. That would have been useful to know a moment ago. Whoop. Maybe the grapple will be useful in this fight later as well. What? Let's just whack him. Okay. We better send that back. Okay, nope, that did not work out. Nope. Backing up against us I find does work well usually. Okay, this one we want enough silk to do storm on it. Because storm does wreck it pretty well. Nope. Give ourselves some space though. But if it's just by itself, then we can fight it head on, I think. Now. Claw line does bust those down more or less instantly, I think. Now it opens up this gate, which was where we came in, and it opens up this passage back upstairs. And this is the only way out. But it does get you back to the bench on the left. Who's even talking here? I guess we'll figure that out in a moment. Because now we can come up here. Oh. Someone else doing some crafting. 12th Architect. Master, you seem the lone maker left in this citadel. Are you my enemy? The other constructs of this place object aggressively to my presence. Bug Red? I am a maker. Yes. Enemy? No. I am an architect. Only an architect. To build, automate is not choice. It is our nature directive cage. I remember this scene from The Matrix Reloaded. You are a weave type, yes, a first child. Rare, extinct? Or not, it does so seem.
That's fine.
You see it true, Master. I bear the lineage of weavers along with other strands equally strange. And on your request, Bug Red, as directive demands for Farloom's forced children and our kingdom eternal, I shall serve. I shall craft. I guess that's where we're picking up more crafting stones that we're not just spending on the Forged Daughter. Although now maybe I shouldn't have spent that last one there if there is more than one interesting thing to pick up here. Let's see. So, yeah, we do require craft stones for several of these. Crafting kit for improving the tools, though, we should actually get. Architect's key. Grant access to chapel store above. Acquire 2 more tools to prove aptitude. Okay, so we need to acquire maybe 2 of the tools here with crafting stones. So, we have lots of cash that's bound up in rosaries right now, so we will actually pop some of those. We will definitely get a crafting kit. And radial blades, interesting. Sawtooth circlet. A hidden weapon. Oh, it's kind of like thorns. So, I bet anything that touches you would then have a damage effect against it. But you have too much to put on blue, though, usually, to make that worthwhile. It would enhance a weave type's flexibility, allowing evasive options. That's interesting. Because currently we have one of our yellow slots on speed. Anyway, well, definitely the crafting kit, I would say. And then... enhance a weave type's flexibility. Maybe it improves our... dodge? I'm not sure. I mean, we could always just buy it and find out. But let's... pop some first. So we need 450 at the very least. Actually, in theory, we should pop big ones first, because the thing is, at later points, if we just need to pop a little bit to acquire a map or something, we don't want to risk too many rosaries in our bag. So technically, we should do this first. Let's see about that toolkit upgrade first. So we can't buy this yet until we buy more tools. That's fine. We'll just buy crafting kits for the bonus. Radial blades might be nice. So we can see, make them force store. It seems like there's a charge attack that you can do with it. Maybe that's something that can be an upgrade from the curved claw when it comes to some aerial damage. I am kind of curious about this, just that we might not wind up using it very much. Well, we'll try it. Let's see. We're actually down by 1 rosary that we would need to open up a 120. Because then we're going to be slightly over. Yeah, I guess we'll do that. One of these just to get 1 rosary. Unless there's a way we get 1 rosary somewhere here. From this part of the laboratory. We just need 1. Oh, interesting that this gets you all the way up here. This circles around. This no doubt pulls something else that we need. Escape bearing the symbol of an architect. Ah, that's what the architect's key is for. Anything? Well, yeah, we only have the 1 craft stone. When we get another craft stone, then we can buy another one off of her. So let's just pop 1 each. And then deal with the surplus. I wonder if there's a different description. Yeah. Artificial spine that clasps tight around the shell enhances the wearer's innate flexibility, allowing rapid retreat. Interesting. So, if you do a down dash. Normally, by the way, you can kind of do a down dash to do a quick dive. But normally the grounded one just dashes. So I wonder if it's like a back dash or something. Or perhaps is one that makes you invulnerable for the duration. We'll go to the bench and we'll try it out, actually. Let's take advantage of the fact that there's a bench right here. And what do we replace? We want to keep... Oh, I guess we're choosing between compass and... Yeah, I guess we have to keep compass. But... Let's see, so it totally is a backdash. So that... Yeah, it gives you a backdash from the ground. What about in midair? In midair it works too, actually, so... But why would it be any better than the usual backward dash? I guess it gives you more momentum. Oh, I see, because no, it can continue. If you hold the dash, then you can continue backward movement like that. Yeah, because normally you can just sort of turn around. Then if you have a backdash, then you can go scuttle, and then you're still facing in the right direction to follow up with another attack. That's interesting, actually. I mean, I do like the general speed buff that we got, but this is something that might be fun to play with. I'm just wondering about its utility relative to just, you know, dashing backwards the way we normally do. The rumble effect on this is rather lovely as well. You can hear every step, feel every step. This is a very entertaining animation. Oh, because you can continue to jump like that too, and you can do these really short hops. But it's only short hops, you can't really do a long jump out of that. So yeah, I do wonder about its utility. I guess it's mostly to retain the facing direction. We might play with it at some point. I'm actually going to switch back to speed for the time being, though. Just to see. And then, yeah, there's so much to play with. We'll need more crafting stones, though, before we can do it. Okay, let's take a look at the map, because I think we won't do too much more. This seems like a very natural stopping point, depending on whether we can reach anything to the right side here. and whether that connects to anything else in the adjoining zone. I think, though, this is actually a very natural place to stop, because the power that we just acquired with the harpoon is very significant. I have many places in mind where we want to try it. We know there's a gate down here in the deep docks that was locked behind it in that lower zone. We know that this blank space here in the fire fields in the bottom right was also locked behind it. We know that there was an entire sequence in this immediate area, even here with this sloping room that has the grapples going on. We know that this top left passage here in Coral Chambers was also locked behind it, and also some things up in the slab, which we might explore even if we don't really have any kind of cold protection yet in the cold zone. So with all that in mind, I think we have quite a lot that we're going to do with that item to crack open the map even further. And with that said, I think this is the right place to leave off for today. So, thank you so much for joining me. We will continue right by the architect on the very next session, and we'll see what kind of strings we can pull along the way. We'll see which destination to send you to next, if there is any that would apply, given that we don't have too much of a raiding party to work with today. But thank you once again to the Gaming Sage for the raid much earlier, and for the viewership of anybody else who's come by to interact or even just lurk. And Silksong will continue. Thanks for watching. Have a wonderful time ahead of you with everything you may be playing or making or catching up on or looking forward to after the recent Nintendo Direct, perhaps. And as always, fare thee well.